Hello, Apple, in Cuba, we all spend. In Cuba, si può già stato spero stato mica avete fatto se inizi l'ormai come tutte ja, questa si trovano nel loro ufficio, infatti su icon,
I'm also in.
Hi, Kolisa.
Good morning.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
Yeah, I can see it on my side.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, honorable members.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. I'm not
Morning,
audible.
Chairperson.
Okay. Our members, I'm saying good morning. Why are only the staff that is responding? Mphithi the kwateleni so early of the morning.
Chairperson, we have 3 members so far. It's Ms. Buthelezi, Mr. Mpiti, Mr. Heron.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm still checking other members, Chair.
Okay.
Hello, Chairperson.
Hi, Koliswa.
Yes, we have the number now. We can start the meeting.
Okay. Can you flag the agenda? Thank you very much. Good morning again, honorable members. Good morning to the Office of the Auditor-General and Planning and Monitoring. Today, we are converging in this meeting to deal with the annual report of the Department of Human Settlement. There is the agenda, honorable members. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all honorable members, our invited guests, in this important meeting of the BRRR, where we are going to assess the performance of the department as compared to the quotas that we've been receiving with the financial statement that the Auditor General has presented in Parliament through the annual reports. That is Now we'll be meeting with the Office of the Auditor-General to take us through the financials and the non-financials of the department. And then we'll then have the planning and monitoring and evaluation, which has tasked with the responsibility that annual on quarterly basis they will actually monitor the implementation of the MTFS targets. They will actually brief us how the sector has performed, and then we have deliberations from members. We have through the researcher has distributed the research document, which would help us to engage with the entire process. And in the afternoon, we'll then be meeting with the department itself. With that will then be the agenda for the entire day. But for now, we'll then be meeting with Auditor-General office and the planning and monitoring and evaluation department. Can I then request that we observe a moment of silence for meditation or prayer? Thank you very much. We'll then now invite members to adopt this agenda as been tabled. Can I get the mover for the adoption of the agenda?
Chair, I move. Brett Heron.
Honorable Harold moved. Can we get the seconder?
Chair, I second. Thank you.
Honorable Butele is the second. Koliswa, can we then, I will now declare this meeting officially open, and can we then note apologies?
There's a hand from Dr. Kumalo, Chair.
Honorable Doctor.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, I'm sorry to, maybe we're not on an agenda item at the moment, but I'm just wondering, Chair, if we can just get an understanding as to the challenges around these reports that we get late. We need to sort it out. I think we say it many times that we can't work like this. It makes it very difficult for us to apply our minds, do some research in terms of what it is we are given in the reports if we get it the day before. Can we just get an understanding what the difficulty is? Because it seems to be an ongoing problem that I feel as a committee should concern us, especially considering the work that we ought to be doing with these reports. Because we're not supposed to just accept what it is. We're supposed to be able to get time to do a little bit of research on what it is that we are being told. So if we can just get an indication, Chair, I think the departments are online through you, that we can just get an understanding as members what the issue is, and so that we can pave a way forward in terms of avoiding the situation happening every time we have a meeting. Thank you, Chair.
When did you receive the report, Honorable Member?
They've been coming in drips and drabs, Chair. If you would like the dates and times, I can go through it. So on we get.
I'm raising that. I'm raising that because in the meeting when we were trying to address this matter, we had agreed that the department must make sure that the presentation reach members within 24 hours. But the annual report has been tabled to Parliament by the end of September. Not the end of September. I can't remember the date, but yeah, it has been tabled. Department where I think the deadline for submission in terms of the law is the end of September, if I'm not mistaken. Koliswa can confirm that. Just to check when did members receive the report, the presentation actually, but the tabling of the report is not done through us, is done through Parliament, and there is a deadline which all the department have tabled their report through that process. And in the report, you have both the departmental annual report accompanied by the Auditor-General's report.
So, Chair, can I just confirm? So the reports that have been coming in are a repetition, or have those got changes? Because we just received reports, there's no explanations. So that's where I begin to struggle. I'm not sure whether, because they do change. You will attest to that. We received a report last week of the same, and then we receive 1-2 days later of the same title or the same presentation with some changes. And that's what's been happening also till even for this meeting. So perhaps just to get an understanding, or can there be can we be told when reports are sent what it is or how it relates to what we may have had before? As you say, the annual report has been tabled. Is the changes that we are being sent, or just to understand so that we are able to better efficiently do what we're supposed to do as members?
Okay. In terms of the process, the report is tabled to Parliament, and the Parliament will then ATC the reports, which they've done that. But because the report, the report you have, it will be a booklet. Then department and the invitees to the meeting, when they come to present, they have the summary, which is, you call it a presentation. But the report would have been tabled. And if there would be changes to the report, it must go through that process of Parliament. It cannot be done through us. The difference between these reports and the quarterly report is that the quarterly report, you just receive them through the department, direct to the department. But with the annual report, it has to be tabled. And its changes must follow the same processes. It cannot be changed in between the tabling. So what we have received in drips, and as you are saying, is the presentation and the Auditor General's report. I received mine 24 hours as required, and the planning and monitoring, which we are dealing with, and the department presentation too. I'm not sure, maybe Koliswa can talk to that. Koliswa?
Morning, Chairperson.
Do we have any changes to the presentation that we have received? And
the presentation that I sent yesterday, Chairperson, were the ones for the entities, which is for Friday and the next week, Chairperson. The one for the department, it was sent last week, Thursday or Friday. And the one for AG and the PME, it was Monday. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. Comrade Doctor, Honorable Doctor, that's the detail of what happened or what expired in the process, because there are many. In our case, we have 7 annual reports, which will then be the department and its entities. And all in those reports, you will then have the attachment of the Auditor-General. And then, as I've said, the planning and monitoring, they've complied, they've done it within the 48 hours that we said we need the report to be tabled. Can we proceed? Can we proceed, Honorable Member?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to welcome the Office of the Auditor-General.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Can I announce the apologies?
Oh, yes. You're welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members, and good morning to our guest. I received an apology from Advocate Masuda. He is not well, and he is off sick for the entire year. He will be able to join us next year, Chairperson. And Ms. Makesini will join us later this meeting because she is traveling. I also received an apology from the Minister and DM of the PME. Thanks, Chairperson.
Who's here to present the report of DME?
They are presenters, Chairperson, from the PME.
Who are those? Because
It's
this is a committee.
It's Miss Kefiwe and also Miss Sanmari. Thanks, Chair.
Can I come in, Chair? Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members. My name is Makomo Chatsinde. I'm the DDG for sector monitoring. The DG, has also is at present moment with the presidency. We are at the same time involved with the performance assessments of ministers. That's where he is, so he sent an apology. So I will be leading, the team, and our presenter will be Ms. Kifiwe Stoban. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me show my face.
Yeah.
You see me, you recognize me later.
Yes, thank you.
My apology for that. Thank you.
With that note, we'll now invite the Office of the Auditor-General, the Executive Manager of the Sector Human Settlement, Ms. Koronje, to introduce her team and then take us through their presentation. Ms. Koronje.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members. Thank you so much for having us this morning. Yes, my name is Cornay Meiber, and I'm the Business Unit Leader responsible for the Human Settlements portfolio. I'm joined today with Sepu Shabango. He's the Lead Senior Manager responsible for the portfolio and also very much involved in the sector side. We also have a number of other representatives from the AG's office. I'm not 100% sure. I tried to see the names, but I know Kazi Krier is attending. He's the Senior Manager responsible for CISOS. Sorry for that. And then I think Patricia will be here, responsible for NHFC. So if there's anybody else and there's questions, we'll just introduce them if there's specific questions. But those are the key people that are responsible for the audits in the main. Once again, thank you so much for allowing us to come to you and share with us the insights that we've gathered through the 2022-23 audit process. We do see the Portfolio Committee as one of our key strategic stakeholders. Last year, we started introducing the accountability ecosystem, and you would recall that besides the department, the DG, the accounting officer, the minister, we also identified the Portfolio Committee as one of the key stakeholders. And therefore, it's important for us to share with you those insights that we've gained in the hope that together we will be able to focus and be aligned on what we need to focus on so that at the end of the day, there's a better, more positive citizens experience. And all of us focusing on the things that needs to be enhanced, and therefore the portfolio committee's responsibility in oversight also be focused on those things that will really make an impact. I'm going to hand over to Zebu. I'm not sure if he's got rights to share the presentation, but I'm going to hand over to him for him to continue with the presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, you can proceed.
Okay. Morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable committee members, and morning also to our colleagues from the Human Settlements portfolio, from the department and various entities. With us here, Chair, also we have the managers responsible for the department, the national department, as well as the manager responsible for NHBRC. So the manager responsible for NHBRC will be flighting the presentation for me. I switched on my video for you to see me, Chair. I'm not sure if you can see me, and then I'll switch it off throughout the presentation because of network challenges. Is that fine, Chair?
No, yes, it's fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I will not tell in much in what Corné said, because I think she has set a tone with regards to the purpose of this meeting. So I'll move straight to the mission and vision of the Office of the Auditor-General, of which I'm sure the Chair and honorable members are familiar with. But I have to re-emphasize it that we are a constitutional entity, and we're mandated to strengthen our country's democracy by enabling oversight, accountability, and governance in the public sector through auditing in order for us to build public confidence. And we strive to be seen by our stakeholders as a relevant supreme audit institution that enhances public sector accountability, as Corné explained when in introduction through the accountability wheel. This slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, here we're just depicting the overall picture of our country's state of infrastructure. And you can see it touches on various portfolios. It's not only about the human settlement. And it also flags the continued misuse of state resources and persistent weaknesses in the system of transparency, accountability, and performance, which ultimately affects our citizens. But specifically applicable to the human settlements portfolio is that little picture there of a mud house there at the bottom of the picture, whereby we note that we still, as a human settlement portfolio, have a long way to go to eradicate mud houses in our country. And we can move to the next slide. And this slide here talks to what Corné spoke about in the accountability ecosystem, whereby our role in this session is just for us to try and shift the public sector culture through sharing the insights of the 2022-2023 audit outcomes with yourself, to also influence you in your compilation of your budget review and recommendation report through our recommendation, so that you can be empowered when you do your oversight responsibilities. And Chair, I'll move over now to the next slide, which talks to the overall audit outcome now for the 2022-2023 financial year for the portfolio as a whole, focusing mainly on the national department and its entities. As you can see, Chair, here, for the 2022-2023 financial year, the portfolio had 9 entities in total, as compared to the 8 in the previous 2 years. And the new one that was added is the Property Sector Transformation Fund, which falls under the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority. It was established in the current financial year, Chair, resulting in the number of auditees increasing in the portfolio. We have no outstanding audits in the portfolio. All audits are done and signed off as we speak. All financial statements were submitted by the portfolio within the legislated deadline, which is 31st of May 2023. The overall picture of the portfolio, Chair, you will see that we still have the Property Practitioner Regulatory Authority being the only entity in the portfolio that is qualified even in the current year, and it has been qualified since 2020, if I'm not mistaken, Chair. So yeah, it is currently the black sheep when it comes to the overall audit outcomes of the portfolio, and it's been qualified on the same issues around revenue and receivables emanating from the property practitioners transactions that are taking place in the entity. And they also experience challenges with regards to reporting on performance information, as we had issues there as well. And the other auditees, Chair, they remained unqualified with findings. So they received an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. However, they had material non-compliance challenges in the audit report, which we reported to the we're moving to the next slide, where we're now focusing on the portfolio's performance, the overall performance of the portfolio. This talks to the annual performance report that the department and the entities prepared at the end of the financial year against the annual performance plans that were approved and tabled in this portfolio committee at the beginning of the financial period. You will see there, Chair, on your top right, that the quality of the performance report before and after the audit was conducted, only NHFC managed to submit the APR that was, sorry, the annual performance report that did not have material adjustments. So what they submitted before and after the audit process met the necessary required standards, Chair. However, for the other entities, including the department, it took the audit process to assist them to move from the red color for them to now make adjustments and address the findings that were raised during the audit for them to be green now. However, SHRA and PPRA still struggle to correct all the material misstatements in their APR, even after the audit process was concluded. For PPRA, you see that we struggled with the supporting information to support the performance that was reported in their APR. So we listed the 3 items as an example of items whereby we could not receive supporting documents. The first 2 there, the number of property practitioners registered on the database of PPRA per annum, the percentage of compliant new registrations, they are both in program 2, which is the licensing and compliance program. The third one that talks to the increase of property practitioners who are registered for CPD and have met the CPD requirements in full is sitting under program 4, which is research, professionalization and training. So we could not satisfy ourselves with regards to the reported performance that was reported by the entity in that regard. The overall picture of the portfolio when it comes to the performance information, we noted that they achieved on average 58% of their targets. The detailed thereof will also be further broken down in the next slide, which is slide 8. But what we're saying in the slide is that the non-achievement of key indicators affects the lived experiences of our citizens. As for example, you will see that, for example, at the department, they did not meet that indicator where they have to do a quarterly report on title deeds, as they could not receive all the information that they need from the provinces for them to be able to report on these specific indicators. And this happened despite the fact that the department evaluates quarterly performance reports of the entities, and they provide the recommendations and action plans on how to improve. However, we don't see the impact of this intervention, as you will see in the next slide. So, Chair, this slide basically breaks down the previous slide where we providing you the specifics in terms of the performance of the entities and the department. You will see there for the department, the 50% not achieved and the 50% achieved excludes the administrative program 1. So if you include program 1, the performance changes. So we focused on the other programs other than the administrative program. So if you include the admin program, their achieved targets will increase to around 60-something%, and the not achieved will be around 30-something%. I just wanted to flag that to the portfolio committee. And some of the reasons that were flagged by the department for some of the not achieving their indicators was the late procurement process for research reports and so forth, and also the non-submission of information by the provinces to enable the department to write reports and monitor the progress made against the spending of the grants that were transferred to the provinces for specific indicators, especially the MTSF indicators. Hence, they could not achieve some of their indicators. And the other one that is standing out here on targets not achieved, if you look at the PPRA, they also only achieved 31% of the overall targets for the year, which is also concerning. And they cited reasons like that they had ICT challenges, and they had to resort to using manual interventions to issue FFPs to new property practitioners under the licensing and compliance program. So those are some of the challenges that they had. And you'll also see that PPRA program 5, for example, they did not achieve all their targets in that program. They have 3 targets there under the transformation program. All the 3 targets were not achieved in the current financial year. And we just say there, Chair, that despite all this, the citizens will be affected because we have a high housing backlog in the country, which is affecting the riots and protests that we are seeing the country, because people are running impatient when it comes to waiting for the houses that they were promised. And also the surge in informal settlements and land invasion, which is affecting the sector. And we are concerned because this is the 4th year now of the current administration, and you're only left with 1 financial year, of which we are already six months into the last financial year of the current administration. We are concerned if you will eventually meet your MTSF targets. And also for NHFC, you will realize that NHFC is really not performing as intended, with 81% not achieved of their targets, and affecting the the missing middle population, who continue to remain unserved due to the lack of financial assistance through programs such as FLIPS, Chair. And we're just noting there, Chair, that for property practitioners Fidelity Fund and the Property Sector Transformation Fund, we did not include them here because their performance information and their performance information is included in the PPRA as programs. So they don't have their separate APR or APPs. So the next 3 slides, Chair, is just a breakdown of the slide 7 and 8 that I was discussing, but we'll just highlight slide 9 here, Chair. We just show you that an entity like the Housing Development Agency has a role to play in some of the medium-term framework indicators. For example, the number of BNG houses delivered, the number of service sites delivered, and the number of title deeds registered. And we are noting there that the AGA did not achieve their target on houses delivered in the current financial year. However, as they only delivered 1,433 housing units versus the target of 3,428 housing units. So the detailed reason for their non-achievement of this target are included in slide 12 of this presentation. So the same concern is still relevant here to say that is the portfolio going to meet their medium-term targets, as we are already in the last financial year of the TSF. We also flag in there that entities such as NHBRC, SHRA, NHFC did not achieve some of their key targets. So this will be included in the following slides, where we just share the details of those key indicators that were not achieved. I would just also like to flag that HDA also achieved targets on program 3. For example, the target on the number of title deeds registered. They registered 1,731 title deeds against a target of 1,590. And they also achieved on the number of informal settlements assisted with relocation. They had a target of 2 and they achieved the 2 there. So I'll skip slide 10, 11 and 12, just for your own reading with the detailed information, share with your permission. And I'll move to financial management and compliance, if you allow. Yeah, so the financial reporting, the quality of the financial reporting in the portfolio, Chair, you will see that PPRA remained the only one whereby even after the audit process, their financial statement still had material misstatements, meaning that they had a qualified audit opinion. And we are just listing the qualification areas on the top right there. And they are similar to the qualification areas that we raised last year around receivables from exchange transactions, receivables from non-exchange transactions, property practitioners' funds received in advance, movement in allowance for credit losses, revenue from exchange transactions, the fidelity fund certificate, revenue from non-exchange transactions arising from penalties. So the other entities, Chair, like the National Department, NHFC and NHBRC, are the only 3 entities that managed to submit the financial statements before the audit without any material adjustments, even after the audit. So they are not green because of the audit process. So we did not identify any material misstatements that warranted for us to flag here. So we'd like to commend them to continue to implement whatever processes that they used to ensure that the quality of the financial statement is not impacted by the audit process. But as for the other entities whose financial statements depended on the audit process with the audit adjustments for them to move from red to green, I also like to emphasize that they need to enhance their year-end monitoring and review processes and internal controls to ensure that they produce credible financial statements before the audit process. Chair. The next slide, Chair, here we just flagging the financial health of the portfolio. We are saying that there is no entity that has any doubt with regards to its going concern capabilities. However, there's some red flags that may be needing attention, like the debt collection period of 90 days at the 4 auditees that are listed there, CSOS, HTA, NHFC, and PPRA. And also the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 473,000 in the entire portfolio, whereby it is coming from CSOS. CSOS contributed 45,000 there. Then DHS contributed 31,000, HDA contributed 67,000 there, PPRA contributed 101,000, NHFC is the biggest contributor there with 229,000 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. There were 5 auditees with creditor payment period of over 30 days, and those were CSOS, HDA, NHBRC, NHFC, as well as PPRA. So I'd like to highlight that to the committee for this to be improved. And so when we move to the next slide, which talks to compliance with key legislation, you'll see that all 9, the department and 8 entities, they had material non-compliance with the legislation in their audit reports. And all of them, almost all of them had prevention of irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure paragraphs in the audit report due to the incurrence of the irregular expenditure that is we'll discuss it in detail on slide number 19. And you realize that only NHBRC had the consequence management paragraph in their audit report. I just want to put this into context. NHBRC did not incur any additional irregular expenditure in the current year. However, the consequence management relates to the old irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which management still needs to deal with in line with the laws and regulations of the country. So until that happens, HPRC, we will struggle with this. And I just like to highlight that this is the only thing that is standing between them and the clean audit for the current audit cycle. If they didn't have a consequence management paragraph, they would have received a clean audit, the current financial year. And the quality of financial statements, Chair, talks to the slides where we showed you the before and after submission of financial statements, where some of them needed the audit to move from red to green. Yeah. And the ones with the procurement and contract management issues, it's CSOS and the PPRA, which for CSOS, it also includes contract extensions, which were not approved by the delegated officials. And for CSOS, it was more on the procurement compliance with the reference point system, whereby they were not allocated and calculated in accordance with the requirements of the PPA and the PPR. Okay, we can move to the next slide. And this slide, Chair, is a breakdown of the previous slide, especially on the procurement and contract management and non-compliance. Shows that the PPRA and CSOS are the main contributors in the portfolio. On this one, we can move to the next slide. We can move to slide 18, which talks to the new framework from National Treasury Instruction Note number 4. The previous one, here we just sharing with you the new developments that took place on the 3rd of January 2023 with regards to the treatment and presentation and disclosure of fruitless irregular expenditure in the financial statements as well as the annual report. This is for the members on reading. You will see also in the financial statements that when you look at the irregular expenditure disclosure for the current year, it's different from the one we had last year. In the current year, we're only showing, the departments and the entities are only showing the irregular expenditure that is incurred in the current year and the prior year. We're no longer showing the movement. The movement will be shown now in the annual report. If you want the details of the irregular expenditure and the movement and the containment thereof, you'll have to go to the annual report. This is just for sharing, bringing to the attention of the members the developments that affected the current financial year. We can move to the next slide, which talks to the breakdown of the irregular expenditure in the portfolio. On the top left, the chair, you will see that from 2019-20 financial year to 2022-2023 financial year, which is the current year, the irregular expenditure has been increasing in the portfolio. And this one talks to the irregular expenditure incurred in the current financial year. And the next block there, the closing balance of irregular expenditure, which continues to also grow. This is now the total irregular expenditure closing balance, which is in the annual report. The previous one is in the notes to the financial statements. This one is in the annual report, where you will see the detailed breakdown of the irregular expenditure and the one that is in the investigation and for condonment. And there on the top right there, we're just sharing the breakdown of the contributors to the irregular expenditure of the 500 million there. You see Housing Development Agency is the biggest contributor with 371 million. However, HDA did not incur any new irregular expenditure in the current year from their procurement process. So this 371 million is as a result of a multi-year contract which was entered into last year with regards to the chemical toilets. So because the contract was irregular last year, any expenditure against that contract will be irregular, even in the following financial years. So if they didn't have this multi-year contract, we wouldn't be reporting any irregular expenditure for the current financial year, as we did not pick up irregular expenditure from the auditing of tenders, quotations. You see the second contributor is SHRA, followed by CSOS, PPRA, and the last one being NHFC. We also showing you the investigation and awaiting condonment, regular expenditure in the block, the dotted red, and the investigation in progress, investigations complete, and disciplinary process in process. I think the department and the entities will be better placed to share the status of these investigations and progress thereof. We've already highlighted that we are concerned about an increase in the portfolio's closing balance of irregular expenditure over the last 4 years of the current administration. As I mentioned previously, NHBRC and PSTF did not incur any regular expenditure in the current year, and we commend them for that. They should keep those controls and processes that enable them to achieve that. However, as I indicated, NHBRC has consequence management challenges with regards to the old, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Move to the next slide. Yeah, here Chair will be sharing the conclusions, sorry, the recommendations that we shared with you in the previous financial year. The first one being the monitor and regularly follow up with the Executive Authority and Accounting Officer on progress on audit action plans at the department and entities. And there we noted that the audit action plans are in place at the department and entities. However, we still have repeat findings in the portfolio, as you saw in the previous slides when we shared the financial performance reporting outcomes. The second recommendation we gave to the portfolio committee was to monitor the key vacancies at the department and entities to ensure stability of leadership.
Your sound is that.
Excuse me?
Can you check your sound? It's going up and down, and yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Thanks for that, Chair. I'll go back to the second recommendation again, where we said we should monitor the key vacancies at the department and entities to ensure stability of leadership. That year, we noted that some of the key vacancies were filled at the National Department, the Housing Development Agency, HFC, and SHRA. However, there are still vacancies that still need to be filled at CSOS, at DHS, and HBRC and PPRA to ensure the stability of leadership. And the third one, we recommended that follow up with the department and entities that incurred irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure to ensure that there's consequence management. And the committee indicated that they monitored the implementation of the consequence management with the entities that incurred irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. However, we noted that despite this, there was an increase in irregular expenditure incurred in the portfolio, as depicted in slide 19. And HPRC also is the only entity in the portfolio which is still struggling with the consequence management in the portfolio. Okay, we can move to the next slide, where we now talk to the recommendation, root causes, and the minister's commitment. When we sum up our key root causes, Chair, in the portfolio, we noted the deficiencies identified were due to the key vacancies in key positions, the creating instability in the entities that are affected, and adequate enforcement of action plans on non-performance challenges to ensure that concerns are addressed through appropriate intervention. And our recommendations are the filling of key vacancies should be fast-tracked, and also the monitoring of the implementation of the audit action plans to ensure that repeat findings are avoided, and also to implement and enforce consequence management processes for public entities with poor performance. In this way, the minister's commitment, where she indicated that she will set up a dedicated team to deal with disaster, and disaster funds should be centralized at the national office. I think this has been done. The disaster has been centralized to national office. However, it still needs to be capacitated adequately. Engaging with National Treasury to review grant conditions and finding the balance between performance and compliance with DORA. The process has been started. The minister indicated that she is dealing with this matter, and she's also addressing it in her monthly or bi-monthly meetings. Improving business plans and close misalignment gaps between MTSF and available funds. She indicated that this is still work in progress, and the filling of the DDG positions, which is at current cabinet level, and then other vacancies, we noted that the post of the DG is still vacant at the national department, as we still have the acting DG there. And engage entities to obtain feedback, commitment from the entities, and to hold them accountable. The minister indicated that she's doing that. She is also assisting them to fill their vacancies as well. Yeah. Chair, we are now on the last slide of the first part for the presentation, where we are sharing the key messages going forward. We indicated that they've been qualified on the same issues as last year, which revolve around revenue and receivables. We urge them to the effective systems to manage the property practitioners, the database thereof, and the resulting transactions with practitioners to ensure that they clear this qualification areas going forward. And for NHFC, we're saying that the financial statements submitted were free from material misstatements, as we indicated previously, and they should try to maintain that status and keep the controls that are working. So also noted that reduction in material non-compliance compared to the previous financial year, and non-material misstatements in audit of performance to predetermined objectives. However, there was a significant part of the core targets in program 2, 4, and 5 that were not achieved, which is concerning. Hence, we said the missing middle will find themselves in distress. And we also emphasize that they must focus on achieving their mandate to improve the experiences of lived citizens.
We've lost the presentation.
Okay.
Apologies, Chairperson, I'll sort it out quickly.
Okay. For Housing Development Agency, we said that an improvement in the overall control environment and audit outcomes was noted, and management is in the process of the implementation of improved internal controls. And the management is enforcing a culture of strict consequence management, as we saw with the cancellation of some of the contracts that were non-compliant with the laws, and also improvement in the achievement of their performance targets from 29% in the prior year to 73% in the current year. However, they must improve on achieving targets relating to number of houses delivered, as this is one of the key MTSF indicators, in which they are contributing. And for sure, there's an improvement in the overall control environment that can be achieved through effective implementation of internal controls that will prevent material mistakes in future. For NHBRC, we noting that the remaining critical vacancies should be filled, which include some executive managers and the CFO positions. And adequate consequence management processes should be followed to resolve previous irregular and wasteful expenditure, because this is what stood between them and the clean audit in the current financial year. If they did not have the material non-compliance on consequence management, they would have received the clean audit. And we are also noting that inspections are performed, however, quality of houses remain a concern in the sector. And yeah, that should be addressed. We are now moving to the sector chair. We were focusing on the national department and its entities. For the sector chair, we know that Gauteng and Northwest, they improved their audit outcomes as they were qualified in the previous financial year. However, in the current financial year, they are unqualified with findings. And the Eastern Cape, Northern Cape, Limpopo, Western Cape, and KZN remain unqualified with findings as they were in the previous financial year, due to the same repetitive nature of performance reporting and non-compliance issues that were raised previously. However, Mpumalanga and Free State still received the qualified audit outcome as a result of slow response by management to issues raised in the previous years. And there's no province that achieved the clean audit in the current financial period. The next slide, Chair, we're just reflecting on the sector performance on the MTSF indicators. The department introduced, I think, 13 sector standardized indicators. We tracked the indicators against the APPs, the annual performance plans of the provinces, to see which provinces included these indicators in their APPs. And we noted, as you can see, the green area depicts that the indicators were included in the province's APP. In the red, it depicts that the indicator was not included in the provincial APPs, and Free State is the one with the most indicators not included in the APP. However, when you compare this picture with the previous year's picture, there is an improvement in this analysis, as last year's picture was mainly red when we were having this engagement. However, even though these indicators are included in the APPs, there's still a challenge or concern around the achievement of these targets of the MTSF indicators, because we are in the fourth year of the current year administration. And if you look at the next slide, where we analyze the achievement of the MTSF indicators, you will see that for the number of PNG houses delivered, number of service sites delivered, and number of title deeds registered, the portfolio is falling behind in all of them. And you will also see that the portfolios own targets over the 4-year period are less than the MTSF targets. And despite that, the department still the portfolio still failed to achieve the lower targets that they set for themselves over this MTSF period. We're concerned if the portfolio will be able to achieve the MTSF target. As said, we were left with one financial year by the end of the previous financial year that we audited, which means the portfolio only has this 1 year that is left for them to achieve all these MTSF targets. In this slide, we just highlighting the challenges that we picked up around the National Housing Need Register. Since the department is a key enabler of service delivery through the housing register for beneficiaries who need houses, the allocation of houses, maintenance and utilization of the register, as well as monitoring the allocation of the houses. So we realized that the register was developed but not fully utilized as intended. Those in need of houses register their names in the housing register themselves. So people have access. With myself, I can register even though I don't qualify. The allocation of houses, we noted that 94% of applications presented in the housing subsidy system were not found in the National Housing Needs Register. And we engaged with the department around the policy and practice note to enforce the utilization of NHNR. I have noted that the policy and the practice notes that were introduced in 2017 are still in draft format. So it will assist if the approval thereof can be fast-tracked so that the national department can enforce the implementation and monitoring of the system. If we move to the next slide, this is one of the key indicators in the portfolio, the eradication of mud houses. Like I said in that slide at the beginning where we showed the mud house in that small little picture, we're saying failure to eradicate mud houses negatively affect the life experiences of our citizens. We noted that only 5 provinces have mud houses eradication target in their annual performance plans for the 2022-2023 financial year. And those provinces are Northwest, Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KwaZulu-Natal. And despite these provinces having this target in their KPPs, you know that only Northwest and Mpumalanga achieved their target. Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and KZN did not achieve their targets, and this is really an impact on the citizens of our country. We can move to the next slide. And here we also audited some of the projects, key projects in the portfolio. If you look at the Western Cape, the Translex housing project, these are some of the defects that we noted when we did our inspection. This is in the Breede Valley municipality, chair in the Western Cape, and all the houses were signed off as works completed, I think, in September 2022. And we did the first inspection in June 2022. And then we also did a second visit in April 2023. So where we picked up these challenges that we saw even last year. So the contract value was 43.3 million and the expenditure was only 42.8 million. So there was no overspending, even though we picked up this defect. Other one is the Eastern Cape, Mbizana, in the Mbizana municipality, where the project was delayed by more than 2 years. I think the project commenced in September 2019, The completion date was extended from February 2021 to March 2023. Contract value was 28.7 million. However, the expenditure is 26.6 million. They are also within the contract price. There's no overstating there. But we're just showing some of the challenges that we picked up. The water penetration on the internal walls. We also saw ceiling leakages and the external wall plastering cracks. Also visited the Bantu, where we saw it's in the Eastern Cape as well. The ablution facilities were vandalized. There is no security project. It's infrastructure. Here we're just sharing with you some of the real-time audits that we were doing in the flood relief, the disaster management in KZN and Eastern Cape. For KZN, we saw a total of 1,766 PRUs were erected out of the 1,810 PRUs at a cost of 123 million. At the time we did the report, when we engaged last time for the 40 PRUs, still not erected. And 90 million was budgeted for temporary emergency accommodation. And the spending was 195, which is the 89% total allocation for that. And the overall impact is the slow rate of response for disaster relief initiative. As I indicated previously, that the minister needs to capacitate the national department's arm of the disaster management unit to ensure that the slow rate of responses is enhanced. The possible financial implications of anomalies identified on the validated list of beneficiaries. And the causes that we identified was lack of resources in the disaster management unit, like I indicated, delays in assessing and validating replaced households as beneficiaries for TRUs, delay in submission of application forms to the national department due to gathering of information to accompany the applications, and delay in approving the application forms due to documents that were not submitted with the application forms. So they were missing information, and unavailability of the suitable land for erection of the TRUs. So we are saying the national department should enhance the capacity of the disaster unit to assess the damages caused by the disaster as well. Yeah, move to the next slide. Here we're just sharing with you the highlights of the Housing Development Agency, where we identified that the HDA is a key enabler of service delivery by identifying, acquiring, and servicing, releasing the land. The project management services are also offered on behalf of provinces and metros. So we noted that they achieved 60% of land acquisition and rezoning targets with expenditure rate of 88% in the current financial year. We also noted the immediate risk of illegal vacant land occupation by construction mafias, for lack of better word, mainly in Gauteng province. We conducted some of the site visits where we identified those illegal occupation of land. We say HDA does not have adequate control in place to address illegal occupation of vacant land. We also focused on the fiscal dumping of funds by the provinces, which was a main concern in the previous financial years. We noted that the HDA blocked the uncommitted grant transfer from KZN province at the end of March 2023, where KZN wanted to transfer funds to HDA, I think on the 30th of March, just 2 days before year end. HDA refused to accept that. So we think HDA must implement measures to mitigate the risk in relation to land owned, as well as land held on behalf of provinces. And we did not pick up any issues regarding contracts awarded to politically exposed individuals, suppliers blacklisted by National Treasury, or those with suppliers with blocked projects or somewhere. so that the introduction of the CEO and CFO enhance the control environment and the culture in the entity. Yeah, those are some of the pictures of the site visits from Limpopo and Gauteng. So here we're just sharing the material irregularities in the portfolio high level. We're just sharing with you that 23 million of financial loss was prevented from taking place through the material irregularity process, and 15 officials responsible were identified, and disciplinary processes were completed and are in process in the portfolio. 3 investigations are instituted, and stopped suppliers contracts where money is being lost in 2 instances. And the internal controls and processes have been improved in 7 instances to prevent recurrence thereof. The overall observation from the MI process there was 1 COVID-related MI that has been referred to the DPCI for further investigation in Free State at the Hawks. There was another MI related to Red Ants contract, which is currently undergoing forensic investigation through the Office of the Premier in Gauteng. And 1 MI is at the National Prosecuting Authority awaiting court date for asset forfeiture in Gauteng. And there were MIs resolved, 4 for Eastern Cape and 1 for Gauteng province. Consequence management processes were undertaking, as indicated that 15 officials were subjected to disciplinary processes. And some of the contracts were stopped in the process to save avoid financial losses. The financial loss recovery is still under determination for the MIs, still at remedial action. It's 7 MIs, 5 in Free State and 2 in Gauteng province. And 2 MIs in Eastern Cape where accounting officer disagrees are under consultation. An appropriate action underway by accounting officer in 4 MIs in the Free State. And there's still consultations and determination on the 11 MIs, 6 in Free State, 3 Northwest, 2 in the Northern Cape. So we just like to recommend to the portfolio committee to ensure that the accounting officers are held accountable for both their actions taken to address the material irregularities and the timeliness of their efforts in resolving these matters. The next slide. These are the key root causes and key recommendations for the sector. We know that the inadequate coordination by the departments with other government institutions such as municipalities and implementing agents, poor project management and failure to enforce contractual agreement clauses as disciplinary measures are not applied against contractors. We recommend accounting officer of the National Department of Human Settlement establish comprehensive intergovernment relations procedures to equip department officials with understanding and protocols needed to facilitate seamless coordination with the human settlement sector across all government spheres. We also urge provincial accounting officers or head of departments should put measures in place to ensure that projects are adequately managed according to contractual agreement clauses to ensure economic, efficient, and effective completion of projects. This would include disciplinary measures against poor performing contractors, where penalty clauses are enforced as stipulated in the contracts that they entered into with those contractors. And we go into the last slide of the presentation, just giving the overall message. We've noted the significant delays in service delivery. Some citizens are waiting a long time before they get their houses. The prolonged delays in completion of the projects, the ability impacts the ability of the provincial departments to effectively deliver on the objectives. This will also have affected the department negatively from the financial standpoint due to contract price adjustments, as prices will increase for materials and transportation the longer the projects take. Using just an example, there in the Eastern Cape, there are 35,584 households waiting for houses, and if we continue at this rate, it may take plus minus 28 years to complete those houses. We're just emphasizing the incomplete projects due to insufficient and inadequate project management skills, and also emphasizing the disciplinary measures not taken in the form of penalty charges against contractors who fail to perform in terms of the contracts that they entered into the departments or implementing agents. And we also emphasizing the fact that the MTSF targets relating to eradication of mud houses, prioritized development areas, and breaking new grounds are still constantly not met, despite the fact that we are in the 4th year of the current administration, and they result in the backlog of the supply of low-cost houses. And we're reiterating the program's impact on the missing middle who remain stranded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir, and the team from Auditor-General. Ms. Kronju, you want to close the presentation?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, I think Tsepo shared in terms of the portfolio as well as the sector, and he highlight the areas of concern to ourselves. I think there is what is of concern is, repeat things that is coming out, the concern in terms of the impact of houses not being delivered on time, not being built to the quality, which in essence then impact again on the citizens. A crucial service that they require, which we still don't see is getting to the effect. And for that, I think that is where the focus needs to be, is to see what needs to change for service delivery to be enhanced at the end of the day, so that citizens do get the decent housing that they deserve. Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think we can hand over to questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kronju and Tsepo and the team. We'll now invite honorable members who wants to ask question for clarification. We should not forget that we're going to meet with the department. Questions that supposed to ask the department, we in the afternoon, where members will have much time to interact with the department, and there are scheduled times for entities too. We can then ask things that we need more clarity for us to be able to engage with the department and its entities. Can I get any indication of members who wants to speak to the presentation by Auditor-General? Honorable Sehlwai, Honorable Chris Malemaza, other members? I don't see any other hands. Let's get Honorable Sehlwai and Honorable Malemaza. Or Honorable Dr. Kumalo followed Honorable Malemaza. Proceed, Honorable Sehlwai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much for your last input on a process forward in terms of us addressing this report vis-a-vis the role of the department. but just clarification areas from AG. You're presenting AG the financial performance of some of the entities, and I'm trying to work out in my mind. That is the expenditure of the money to me should be able to create a value for an impact. And therefore I say that the money has been spent. Now, the financial expenditure, which does not give an impact, does not create value, it becomes a problem to me. I just want you to make up my mind. I want to make an example. NHBRC, it continues to be a challenge. And the challenge of NHBRC, you pick it from the title deeds, the houses that are being built that are not quality, but they're given title deeds. Money has been spent to NHBRC. But there is no good performance achievement that makes an impact to that poor soul. I just want to get clarity on your interpretation of your terms. I will ask questions from the department. The other area is the area of when do you want to see the response of the consequence management of the past financial years? You seem to be comfortable when you say this consequence management issue was not for this financial year, was for the other year, but we are not getting what has happened. When must we wait for that? Is it something that should be prolonged where there's no progress to date? The other area is the perhaps you are told as the AG the irregular expenditure, which was in a process of perhaps disciplinary or whatever, but apparently it's been stopped. It's been halted. Maybe you know as AG, what does that mean? What does that mean? Why is it halted? You would expect a better narrative that says the disciplinary is under process. To halt, it becomes a problem. Maybe you've got a better understanding. I'm preparing my mind to talk to the department. Maybe the terminology could be what is a problem to me. Let me leave that issue of the lack of performance and progress on PDA, which is a priority development areas, which is a critical area for the country. I leave that to us from the department. And also the issue of lost documents on the flood relief, where there have been huge millions of money given by government, but a count. So I just wanted those few clarifications, but I will engage the department during its time. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Comrade Skroy, Comrade Malemacha.
No, thanks, Chair. Initially, when I raised my hands, I wanted to second you when you say, actually, they are just messengers to deliver this report, which is honest. Therefore, the rest of the questions must be directed to the rightful people, that will be the department and entities. I just have one question which is not far different from what the earlier honorable asked, in terms of what enforcement do they have in place to deal with the repeating findings. Number two, at what stage do you intervene and ensure that when you report to us and say, we found this and we did 1, 2, 3, 4, so that when we say it's repeating, but at some stage you have been seen trying to assist so that it must not repeat. Other than that, Honorable Chairperson, I fully agree with you. This is work in progress. Let's get those who are supposed to give direct answers to us. Of course, in their own work, there are some good things that has happened. The likes of those that have managed to not repeat the earlier findings, and some good news where their findings, people were able, entities were able to go back and try their best. Those that they did not do their best, I think they will have to answer us when we arrive there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Kumalo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks to the Auditor-General's Department for the presentation. Very enlightening and insightful. So, Chair, I do agree with you in terms of obviously directing these questions to the various departments and entities. But what I would like to ask the Auditor General's office, especially in regards to some of the comments that they have made in their presentation, which I strongly agree with as a person who is very passionate about human rights and seeing the level at which the human right to shelter is being, not fulfilled, or not, from government side, not being played nicely or satisfactory. I wanted to maybe ask the department, what do they find? For example, the PPRA seemingly is having the same audit outcomes as they did in a previous year. So you're seeing repeated findings here and there in various entities and the department. I wanted to find out to what extent the Auditor General's office feels the reasoning would be. Is it a lack of adherence to their recommendations that they make on a yearly basis? And I also wanted to find out also, for example, I'll use PPRA as the example, in the same breath, that they're having repeated findings. Where's the gap? At which point in the year in their processes do they perhaps review their recommendations vis-a-vis the performance of that particular entity or the department in terms of implementation and progress to ensure that those don't happen again? So I just wanted to get an understanding from them in that regard. I hope I was clear in what I was asking, but yeah, I definitely think there is a great need for much more concentrated attention to the department and its entities coming from what we have just had presented to us. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Comrade Malemata, your hand is still up, or is the legacy hand?
It's the legacy hand, Chair.
Okay, no, thank you very much. AG and Ms. Kronjen, your team, joining members to welcome your presentation, and one agrees that the report that you are presenting to us, I think members can agree that as we're interacting with the provinces, metros and department, some of the issues that you are raising, we can then see them. But my only worry question is that in your view, Auditor General, the internal audit and audit committees of both the department and entities, are they operating effectively? If you still have like some of the findings, some of the repeat findings for previous years, and continue in the another years. In your own observation, the effectiveness of the internal audit and the audit committees of the department. And secondly, is that these audit plans, as you engage with them, are you able to assess them that they are dealing with the root cause of the problem? Because we've been raising this issue that audit plans of the department does not address the root cause. So in your interaction with the department or the audit committee, are they assessing this audit action plan to address the issues that have been raised? Besides the recommendation that you have given us to follow up, just to talk to those relevant structures that's supposed to help in making sure that the audit findings, even in terms of the reporting systems, whether are they able to get the relevant authorities in departments and in entities to respond to those issues, just to check the effectiveness of the structures that's supposed to make sure that the audit findings, the audit action plan deals with the root cause, and are you able to engage with these audit committees, whether they are effective? Those are my addition in terms of the question, but just to indicate that your report is more informative, and it will then help the portfolio committee to strengthen its oversight, even with the recommendation that we're putting forth, and with the members agreeing to this presentation, automatically will adopt them as part of the BRRR recommendation to Parliament, so that we can then, as we engage department, we follow up on the matters, on these issues that you raised. Ms. Gronje and your team.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'll start with some of the questions and then I'll hand over to Tsepo. Tsepo, maybe just in the meantime, the question that the Chair just asked in terms of the effectiveness of internal audit and audit committees, if you can respond to that one, as well as the consequent management at NHPRC, the irregular expenditure, the halted, and what does it mean, where is that, as well as maybe the financial performance versus the impact. So from my side, if I then look at Honourable Chris Majacha's question, which spoke about the enforcement.
Malemacha. Honourable Chris Malemacha. You can just play safe and say, Honourable Chris, it will suffice. Yes.
Much easier for me. Thank you so much. Sorry for that. Honourable Chris, your question in terms of the repeat findings and where does our enforcement come in to then also assist in preventing these repeat findings. So I think in my view there's two categories. So we will audit, we will find findings, we will make recommendations, engage the department or the entity on that. And then it will be up to the accounting officer or accounting authority to assess those recommendations and see to what extent they're going to implement it, or maybe implement something else, because all of the entities and the department would have action plans in place to address previous findings. From our side, we will follow up on those recommendations. We will share it with the department, with the entities, and we will just track whether it's being implemented, whether the outcome, whether it is effective or not. Where our enforcement powers comes in is with the enhancements to the Public Audit Act, where we talk about material irregularities. So for a material irregularity, there needs to be specific criteria that it will adhere to. It must be obviously then material, there must be a financial loss, there must be a specific non-compliance that caused that financial loss. So there's quite a bit of criteria that we then consider. If it meets the criteria, we then notify the entity. I mean, we've went through some of the MIs that was notified and the different stages and the impact that it has. We will notify, we will allow the accounting officer or the accounting authority then to respond to that material irregularity, and we will assess that response. We will look at whether they will then investigate the non-compliance that caused the loss or the harm, whether people will be identified, held accountable, whether internal controls is being assessed and reconsidered to be enhanced, and whether there is then, if there's a financial loss, the steps to recover the financial loss. So that is where we are much more, that is, and we also call it in our strategy, our enforcement role. So we will issue the notification, we will assess the responses from the accounting officer. If it's deemed to be appropriate, we will follow up on those and we will keep on tracking it. And then we will report on it to say, based on this, there were so many people that was held accountable through disciplinary steps. There was so much money that was recovered, internal control. So we will then report on the improvement to prevent reoccurrence. If the actions is not sufficient or if it's not sufficiently implemented, then there's further action where we then can either include recommendations in the audit report, which is enforceable, or we can then consider, depending the circumstances and the situation, to rather refer to a public body such as the SIU, Public Protector, DPCI, yes. But that will then depend on the circumstances, which then also then further make it compulsory for them to implement those recommendations. And if it's implemented, we then expect that it should stop the reoccurrence for that specific transaction. But I think there's two roles. One where we communicate, we empower, we share, we make recommendations. It's up to the accounting officer then to implement. The other side is where we then follow our enhanced powers, where it meets the criteria. And then in terms of Honorable Dr. Kumalu's question, the reasons for the feedback and the insights that we've shared, I think in terms of the presentation, we're highlighting two specific reasons. Key vacancies. I think over the past couple of years, we have reported that there is vacancies, specifically in critical positions, that took a bit of time to be filled. I know there is work done by the minister and there is some progress, but for the year under review, it definitely still had the impact on some of the outcomes that we've seen. And then the other reason that we flagged there is the action plan. So there's action plans, but the effective implementation, follow through, monitoring to make sure that the actions are deliberately implemented to achieve the desired impact. That is not necessarily always the case. And I think that is where the oversight role is also coming. So when we also talk to the minister, to yourselves now as part of the recommendations, is to say where there is specific actions, monitoring and oversight of those will then also assist in preventing repeat findings. I think Tsepo will deal with the other questions, but in terms of the financial performance versus the expenditure versus the impact, I do agree it is a concern that if year on year almost all of the money is deemed to be spent, but it doesn't relate to the impact on the ground, it remains a concern. But Tsepo will also, I think, deliberate a bit further on it. There is instances where money has been transferred and then it's seen as being expensed, but then it might sit at the HTA and it hasn't necessarily actually been spent. But Tsepo can go into a bit of more detail into that. Thank you so much. Tsepo, if I can hand over to you.
Thank you, Corne. Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members for the inputs and comments. Chair, I will start off with yours, which talks to the internal audit and audit committees effectiveness at the entities and the department, where you're asking us if they are operating effectively as their repeat findings, and as to whether we are assessing the audit action plans to ensure that they address the root causes. The internal audit and audit committees, when we assess them in the department and entities, especially in the accountability ecosystem that we presented earlier, because they are also part of that accountability ecosystem. They do what they are required to do in terms of the treasury regulations and their terms of reference, and we measure them against that. And just like us, they can only recommend to management, as they are not part of the implementers. They can only identify challenges and advise management on how to resolve those internal control deficiencies that they pick up. And when we assess those internal audits and audit committees, they are doing what they are supposed to be doing in terms of treasury regulations as well as their terms of reference. So yeah, and even the assessment of action plans, they do follow up on the implementation of action plans. We also follow up on implementation of action plans because we always follow up on the prior audit findings that we raised. For example, even next year, when we start with the audit, we will follow up on all the findings that we raised this year, and to understand from management how are they dealing with these findings and whether they are dealing with these findings properly. For example, for PPRA, the current acting CEO and the new CFO have already invited us to a workshop, I think on the 18th of October, where we'll be discussing the audit action plans for the current year to address these issues that we were presenting to you, for them to also get our views as to whether they are adequate or not. We'll still maintain our independence as the auditors, but at least it's better to view some of these action plans now than for us to view them next year. So, Chair, in short, yeah, when we assess this audit committees and internal audit functions, they do what they are required to do by law and their terms of reference. The other question that was raised, was it Dr. Ntombi Khumalo, Honorable Dr. Ntombi Khumalo, around, I think the one about human rights. I think it is a comment. The PPRA repeat findings, is it lack of adherence to recommendations, etc.? Or do we review our recommendations in here? And Honorable Dr. Khumalo, it's a mixture of things. Every scenario is different. For example, I'll use PPRA as an example, since you also raised it. For example, if you look at the licensing and compliance program, where we had issues, you'll find that they had ICT challenges where the system to register the property practitioners, and they ended up doing it manually to compensate for the challenges that they were experiencing in the ICT environment. So that is the root cause for some of their challenges, and we saw that they are working on it, and they gave us guarantee that this year everything will be fully automated, for example, and we will have to go back and assess whether that will be implemented. So in terms of whether they've adhered to our recommendations, not 100% sometimes, because if you have a repeat finding, you'll find that sometimes the entity maybe still did not implement the recommendation as we we gave to them. And normally when we give recommendations, we sit with management, and when we give them the findings, we want them to agree even to the internal control deficiency, the root cause, because once they agree with the root cause, it's easier for management and auditors to agree on the recommendation. Because if you don't have the buy-in of the auditee on the root cause and recommendation, it will be difficult for them to implement a recommendation in the following year. However, we didn't have a situation now where we disagreed on recommendations or internal control deficiencies. It's more on now the implementation of those recommendations. Sure. And we do revisit our recommendations here. And Dr. Kumalo, Honorable Dr. Kumalo, where management says, no, we know last year we agreed with this, but we thought about it. How about we do it this way? It's more cost effective, because we also look at cost versus benefits when we issue these recommendations. And if management comes and says, no, we think it will be better if we do something this way, we also reassess and relook. We are always open for discussion, as the auditing is an ongoing process, and risk assessment and recommendations also, they evolve as time evolves. So yes, we do reassess our recommendations together with management. I'm just scrolling through my notes. Honorable Nancy raised some questions on NHBRC expenditure. Value for money should be derived from the expenditure, which we agree. NHBRC continues to have challenges being picked up, and she needs clarity on this matter, and also on when must they wait for consequence management. Why would a disciplinary process be halted versus in progress? So it's not an easy one, especially for NHBRC. If you look at the APP, Chair, we audit them against what was approved in the APP, for example, when it comes to the APR. And once they meet their target and their indicator as described in their APP, the technical indicator description. For example, when we go to program 2, where it talks the inspection of houses, subsidy and non-subsidy, their output indicator is percentage of homes inspected. See, it talks to percentage of homes inspected. And then when you come and when they report, they'll set up a target, and then they'll report against that target to say we inspected so many homes in the subsidy sector. Then when we come for auditing, if they have all the paperwork and all the evidence, the portfolio of evidence to support that, they would have met the requirements of the framework for reporting on performance information. It's applicable to all the departments and entities. So, and then when we come to the ground, and also you go and we do physical inspections, you come across some of those defects that I shared with you. I forgot the slide number, the one in Western Cape and the 2 in the Eastern Cape. And that's a challenge for us as well. So we also need to find a way of how can NHBRC's indicators be crafted in such a manner that maybe we close this loophole, because it's also a challenge for us. It's the money spent every year. The indicators and targets are achieved and they are audited. The PO is submitted, but we always sit with the challenge of structural defects in the houses that were signed off as complete, and some which were inspected by the inspectors. So we share the same concern, Honorable Nancy, with you there. And we're also still coming up with ways on our side to close this loophole in the next audit cycle, to ensure that we get to the bottom of this and derive a bill for money, like you are saying. And the one on when must they wait for consequence management? I'm not sure if I understand the question. Why would a disciplinary process be halted versus in progress? I'm not sure if I understand that question here. Honorable Chair.
Okay. Honorable member, can you repeat your question for the Auditor General to understand the question better?
Chair, I think I asked the question, Chairperson. Can I?
Yes. Can you repeat that question?
Okay. I was asking a question that an irregularity has been identified and then a process of consequence management was put in place. And in the process plan, there comes a report that says the process has been halted, it has been stopped. Now I'm asking a question. Is it stopped because they've been recovered, whatever? Is the disciplinary process? And what is stopped and where is it stopped and why is it stopped? Because stop is to say, don't proceed with all what you're supposed to do. I'm not sure if now I'm clear, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Chair, can I come in?
Yes, Auditor General.
Okay, no, thank you, Honorable Nancy. I think the question is crystal clear, but yeah, it's not an easy one. I think from what we saw, I'm not sure if we saw exactly that scenario at NHBRC, because what we saw is the investigations were instituted, were started, not to say they didn't start any investigation at all, especially against this old irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And some of these investigations, I think, were stopped based on what we saw. And some of the reason provided will be that the person left the employment of NHBRC. So that is a scenario that I remember. I don't remember any other scenario, but I'm not alone on this platform. I think Stephanie can come through if she has a recollection of any other scenario at NHBRC which resulted in an investigation or disciplinary hearing being stopped. On my side, I remember the ones where people resigned or are no longer working at NHBRC. Yeah, Stephanie, with your permission, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Is it okay if I come in?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. No, Tshepo's correct. There was no other areas that we were aware of that had actually stopped. What did happen in a number of instances is that, like Tshepo indicated, the investigation started, but there actually had to be further investigations taking place, which didn't happen. But I'm not aware of any other instances that was specifically stopped or halted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I suppose those are the answers. Members, do we have any follow-up questions? I can see now it's 4 minutes to 11. We still have another presentation before lunch. I don't see any hands. On behalf of the Portfolio Committee, we want to take this opportunity to thank you, Ms. Kronje, Tsepo, and Stephanie and the team, even those that are your background support. Thank you very much for giving us this detailed report, which will actually assist us as we engage with the department. As I've indicated, just to confirm with members that we adopt the recommendation as tabled by the Auditor-General before we can even release them. Can I get any indication from members that their recommendation will form part of the BRRR recommendation to Parliament? Can I get any indication from yourself, members?
Check on the chat, Chairperson, Dr. Khumalo has agreed.
Okay. Can we get the second? The hands, I don't see the hands. Members of the Portfolio Committee, can you get the second from Honorable Dr. Khumalo has Honorable Sekhwai? Second.
I second the adoption, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Kronje and your team. You are now, you can be released, but you can stay if you want to stay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, much appreciated. I think I'm going to excuse myself. I'm not sure if some of the other team members is going to continue, but thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, if some of us will continue because the information is important for our planning for the 2023-2024 process.
Okay, thank you very much, Tsepo. You're welcome to stay. DDG for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. The time is yours. We know that you have one DG, one minister, and one DM. This is a political meeting of members of parliament. In future, at least one of your executing authority should be here. But for today, we'll allow you to present. In the next engagement, we would want you to take this, to note this message. DTG.
Thank you.
Planning
Thank
and
you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Fortunately, today I've got the Office of the DG Manager with us. We will both convey the message. It is very, very clear that our principals should be here. So let me introduce him. From the Office of the DG is Dr. Sfiso Ngobo. And my team, I've got two members of my team. Gifues Stobani is an acting chief director for local government and human settlement, including water and sanitation. And I've got Sanimari Bredenham. She is the one who will be controlling the presentation. She is also, the one who is a part of the human settlement. Our team is very small in DPME. So that is what we have at this point in time, those two colleagues of mine. I'm glad that the AG, is part of the team is still here, because I wanted to bring forth something which also touches on the work they do. I can see that based on what we have just heard, that we are really touching shoulders. And with their extended mandate, we are closing the feedback loop. So it's becoming tight in terms of, both the audit perspective as well as the monitoring, at the APP level, which is now at the what we are talking about now, and as well as the medium-term strategic framework, which is my responsibility, to be managing that. And I could see that kind of alignment. One of the things which are, we are experiencing, if allow me, Honorable Chair, to address the AG, is that there is a mushrooming of the audit culture. We call it an audit culture in DPME now, where now departments are doing their APP to pass the audit. And that, affects, the side of where we're dealing with the development impact. Because now, by passing the audit, especially with the performance information, where you find that some talk about reports, some talk about, minor issues rather than talking about the developmental, mandates they have. And the other thing which I think you also noticed is with regards to reduction of reduction of the numbers or the quantities, so that they could be able to achieve the objectives. So those are the things which are starting to bother us, when we are looking at that alignment of all the plans from National Development Plan, MTSF, and APPs, because this provide we need a line of sight of all the plans so that we can deliver on the developmental mandate of the country. I think that is what I wanted to bring with regard to that. So in terms of our report, I hope, Marie, you are putting it up, the report, as I'm talking, as I'm opening up. In terms of the report, which from DPME, we will be taking, the side of MTSF, because that is what we are responsible of. Yes, thank you very much. Responsible of, but we have read your invitation, and we wanted to also align our presentation and touch on the performance in terms of APPs as well, because that the annual report, that is a build-up. It's a build-up towards the outcomes and the impact we are looking for from the medium-term strategic framework. Then we touch on that. We also ask for entities. My sister branch, which is a branch of public sector monitoring and capacity building, is dealing with issues of SOEs and entities, and this year they've come up with the framework of monitoring of the SOEs and entities. I believe that in the next cycle of reporting, we will be reporting even much stronger in reports in terms of what are we doing as DPME in that line, because we are seeing massive. We're seeing massive, disjunctures in terms of what the SOEs are and the entities are doing. So in brief, we will also touch on another aspect which we have just inherited from the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, which is now the National Spatial Development Framework. So we have inherited this because, when we talk about human settlement, we're not only talking about housing, we're also talking about the spatial integration and spatial development. We want to develop, and we want to develop our country in a way that moves away from the apartheid kind of spatial development, where you find the poor people in the periphery of where development is happening, of the jobs and things like that. So that also is going to strengthen, again, our monitoring and planning, especially in a way in DPME. So those are the three aspects which I wanted to bring forth. And maybe in a nutshell, I would say, looking at the Stats SA, which is one of the organizations we're using its statistics, you can see that South Africa now has mushroomed. We've got big population. We've increased by more than 20 million in a very short period of time. So that also is a contributor of what we see. We see a lot of sprawling sprawling informal settlement, we see invasions of land, we see, we realize that, poor people are really being pushed to the periphery. And what we don't see, which is very important, is the appetite and the edge and the speed at which we believe the departments, responsible for human settlement should be having that impetus to work in speed, to resolve the problem. Last year when we came, we talked about the issue of title deed. We're still there. Title deeds prior 1994, they're still a challenge. And so we don't see, that energy in terms of the speed of, the need which people are having for shelter. This as one honorable member has said, is a constitutional matter, it's a rights matter, and we need really to put an effort into, pushing the direction of the department towards achieving the development mandate. With these few words, I would like to open up and give Ms. Tobani the chance to present the presentation from DPME. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and colleagues. I will just switch on the camera just for the start. After that, I'm going to switch off. I'll be taking you through the presentation, and our DDG has introduced this presentation. The presentation outline on the area that we'll be covering in this presentation is the introduction and purpose, the methodology and approach, the strategic intent and the problem statement, the performance reports of the electronic quarterly performance reports for the year 2022 to 2023. We'll also zoom on the highlights. We'll also look at the departmental policy analysis and evaluations, and the analysis of the human settlement entities' performance for the year 2021 up to the year ending March 2022. The reason for reflecting on the previous financial year is because currently for the year 2022 to 23 is still being audited. So the one that we will be presenting is the one that audit was completed. We'll also look at the contribution to priority 5 TSF indicators and targets for the period 2019 to 2024, as well as the areas that require attention for improved performance. We'll also focus on that, as well as the recommendation. The introduction and the purpose. The purpose is to appraise the portfolio committee of human settlements on the annual performance of the department as per approved APP for 2023, as well as against the MTSF targets for the financial year 2022/2023. The presentation, it provides an overview of monitoring and evaluation, as well as the work of the department entities, and focuses on key highlight areas that require improved performance. The methodology, of the presentation, of which we have managed to collect the data for this presentation. We are focusing on the results-based planning, monitoring, and evaluations for evidence-based assisting for decision-making. We're looking at the results-based management, as well as the theory of change foundations for impact-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation, and achievements of development results. We're doing monitoring and analysis of lower order performance data that can predict the achievement of higher order results, allowing for early interventions towards intended results. As the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, we use a variety of data sources, data from the government think tanks, research institutions, university, etc., as well as case studies to analyze the progress. DPME also conducts a verification sites to selected sites. We don't go to all sites, but we select the key sites in order to understand the impact of policy in the lived experience of users of government services and from those implementing at ground level. We also analyze the administrative data to track progress and resource usage to achieve the MTSF outcomes. We then draft recommendations on the basis of evidence and also propose the remedial actions, which are informed by the weighing of options and risk analysis in terms of the potential for implementability and impact. We also conduct regular engagement with the department. Most of the time we'll get that we arrange the bilaterals as well as with the organs of states and other spheres of government. Next slide. The methodology of the results-based framework, on the implementation, we look at inputs, activities, and outputs. And for the results, we are focusing more on the outcomes and the impact. In terms of the implementation, various policies and programs are being implemented. We want to see if is there a positive change on the ground. Next slide. The strategic intent, what is the sector trying to achieve? First, it starts with the Constitution as well as the Housing Act. Everyone has got the right to have access to adequate housing. Also, the National Development Plan, where we're looking at the sustainable human segments, and we want to see improved quality of household life to address poverty, create employment, improve socioeconomic conditions, and creating sustainable future by ensuring spatial integration and addressing the challenge of apartheid geography. This also calls for the implementation of spatial norms and standards that result in denser cities, efficient and accessible public transport, creating jobs near where people live, and upgrading of informal settlements while addressing the housing market failures. The problem statement, we are currently faced with the rapid urbanization, which is increasing, if we would like just to mention, to say more on the cities and towns, where we see the increase in household formation, the growing, which results to the growing backlog of housing. On the other hand, we see the decline in terms of the delivery of houses. This is due to the budgetary, constraints. There is also the poor realization of security of tenure, which denies the poor households a right to own an asset. And the growing spatial inequality, on the other hand, is a concern, as well as the lack of well-located land. There is also recently what is coming at a fast rate, the effects of climate change. I think we've seen the disasters that are taking place, both floods as well as fires that distract homes, and we see a loss of lives and displacement of people. The theory of change for human settlements, for inputs, we can see that it's grants and policy frameworks. Those are the inputs. And then for the activities, we see the planning as well as the projects, including the approval of those projects. The output, we see houses, different programs in terms of renting, owning. The outcomes, we want to see the stable communities with improved livelihoods, increased access to shelter, urban economy participation in the property market. The impact, we want to see the changes in the ecosystem and human conditions. If we would like to specify the inclusive, equitable economic growth. The departmental structure in terms of their planning and funding. The program 1 covers the administration, program 2, the integrated human settlement planning and development program, program 3, informal settlement upgrading program, 4, the rental and social housing program, 5, affordable housing program. All these programs, the purpose is provided. Next slide. Now we are getting to the, this is a summary that reflects on the performance of the APP as the department. They report to the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation on a quarterly basis through the electronic quarterly performance reports. This is a summary for human settlements. Then for quarter 1, targets, it was 23, they achieved 16, of which the overall performance for quarter 1, it was green, 70%, they achieved 70%. For quarter 2, out of 25 targets, they only achieved 12, that resulted to 48%, of which they did not achieve 13 targets. They only achieved 12 out of 25. For quarter 3, they only achieved, out of 26, they achieved 16, and the overall performance, they 62. And quarter 4 is 29 targets, and they achieved 7, and in overall what they've achieved for quarter 4, it's 59. This is a legend for the achievement. Where it's 100%, it's green, and where it's partially achieved, and the remedial action is needed to avoid the non-performance, we put it in amber. From 0 to 49, we then said the target is not achieved, and it requires a special intervention. Next slide. The overall annual departmental performance as per the APP for 2022-2023, 69.2 targets, which are green, they've been achieved, and 50.4 partially achieved, and 15.4 also the targets were not achieved, meaning that they are below 40%. Next slide. This graph indicates the performance in terms of the programs. I will also rush quickly on this. If we're looking at program 1, the achieved is 9 out of target of 11. For program 2, the achieved is 16 out of targets of 22. Program 3, I think, honorable members, you can see here that there is a problem. Program 3 is the informal settlements upgrading program. You can see the performance is not good at all. Followed by program 4, which is rental and social housing, and a little bit of performance on the affordable housing program for what called program 5. And the overall of the performance, you see out of the 39, they've performed 27%. Next slide. The performance trend, here we are comparing with the previous financial year. If you see 2019-2020, the performance of the department was sitting at 63%. 2020-21, you will recall that this is the period of COVID. The performance dropped to 55%. 21-22 started to increase again, and then for the 21-22 financial year, 69%. The targets achieved per program also comparing the 21-22 financial year to the 22-23 financial year. On program 1, you will notice that the performance has increased from 50 to 82%. Program 2, 46 to 17%. Program 3, the one of informal settlements, 0 performance. So it actually indicates that there is a serious problem that requires an intervention under program 3. Then program 4, which is rental and social housing, we can see there's some what call increase, as well as program 5. If you see, it has gone down from 86 to 25%. Departmental expenditure, I won't dwell much this. I think AG, they talked, but what we can just notice on this slide is that on the expenditure for the financial year ending 31st March 2023, the department spent 98.1 percent. Then below is a table that also reflects the economic classification to say these amounts were spent for which under which classification. Next slide. The program spent, we also comparing 2022, we can see that program 2 is more or less at 99.7 for both financial years. Then program 3, it was called sitting at 95% on the informal settlements. And program 4, 90 increased to 95 in the previous financial year, and as well as 97% for the year 2022/23. Next slide. The highlights that we would like to reflect in this meeting is that for the year 2022-23, the department received an unqualified audit with findings on performance information. However, the financial statements were clean and findings on performance information was adjusted accordingly. The department engaged provinces and entities in order to influence integrated sector planning, budgeting, implementation, and reporting. Investments made in key programmatic interventions were analyzed, and this also showed that the department responded to housing agencies, fast tracking of repairs through a voucher system, allowing provinces and metros to utilize the available funds from the HSDG and the ISUP to intervene in dealing with the damages. Responding to the National Emergency Housing response fund. HSDG stands for Human Settlement Development Grant, and the ISUP stands for Informal Settlements Upgrading Program. The department has provided the support to finalize a majority of the priority housing development areas, especially because the plans were declared, areas were declared, and now the department is focusing on the implementation of the plans. In February 2023, the department launched the first finance program as a revamped version of the finance-linked individual subsidy program. And a total of 5,801 households received financial assistance. Of the targeted 8,262 of target of 9,769 in uninhabitable mud houses were eradicated in rural areas, especially in the provinces of Limpopo, Northwest, and Free State. And the department, they managed to develop a national blocking program that gave a diagnostic evaluation of all projects to a number of 3,445 projects. Next slide. With regards to the human settlement policy changes, the first block indicates the policies that are being developed. One is the Policy Foundation for Housing and Human Settlements, the white paper, the Consumer and Borrower Education Policy, the Employer Assisted Housing Policy, Norms and Standard and Affordable Housing Policy, Rent to Buy Policy Program, Small Scale Rental Policy Program, Reformed Social Housing Policy Program. Then this policy, what we want to see or what they are trying to address, of which will then be measured on the impact, is enable the department to deliver housing units contributing to the improved livelihoods of the beneficiaries in both urban and rural areas. The evaluations that have conducted by the department is two evaluations. The first one is the OPSCAP evaluation. OPSCAP stands for Operational Capital Program, that is used in both provincial department as well as the metropolitan municipalities. This evaluation has been conducted, and it was then the report approved on the 18th of August 2023. The second evaluation is the design and implementation of the informal settlement upgrading grant. Currently, this is being implemented. The draft inception report was then done in March 2023. It is critical to conduct evaluations and see the gaps in the program or the grant in order to improve and also consider the policy review. Next slide. The findings of the OPSCAP evaluation. The OPSCAP, it identified some skill gaps and consider incrementally increased internal capacity to ensure the sustainability in the department. The large portion of the OPSCAP allocation in the department is not directed towards building capacity and or addressing skills gap, but to aid other human settlements program that could have not been covered due to limited resources. The department has not been prioritizing building of its internal capacity to implement the human settlement programs due to over-reliance on external capacity procured, including the assistance of HDA. Lack of coordination in relation to human settlement development and the OPSCAP has negatively has negative effects on the department to align and positively implement the program as guided by the policy prescripts. The set percentage of 5% for OPSCAP seems not to be enough for the province. The capacity that is needed is more than what the department has budgeted for. These are the findings from evaluation. Next. The recommendations that have been proposed for under this evaluation is that there is a need to set a specific parameters that define the type of expenditure that can be allowed and not allowed by OPSCAP. The National Department of Human Settlements must additionally develop an OPSCAP-oriented implementation guideline, strict measures to guide the recipients to ensure effectively and optimal utilization of OPSCAP. The National Department must ensure that the enforcement of OPSCAP policy and guidelines is prioritized and improve the level of alignment by recipients of funds. And the department has to introduce an OPSCAP champion or office to play a role of a coordinator or contact point amongst stakeholders. This includes what called departments and metros to enhance the channels of communication. Formalization of the skills transfer process by the National Department enable departments particularly to build and retain capacity obtained through the OPSCAP is a sustainable manner. Lastly, the department has to develop a mandatory OPSCAP customized indicators to be adopted and implemented to ensure that provincial department and metros are evaluated and monitored on. The analysis of the entities, as I've already indicated, that it is not for the 22-23 financial year, but is for the 21-22 financial year. This is the list of, next slide, list of the entities. Also, I will run quickly on this. This is just to reflect, to say, based on the targets that were supposed to be performed by the entities, the targets are indicated, as well on the left is the target as performed. Like, for example, if you're looking at 17 training sessions conducted for adjudicators and conciliators, of which target there was 12. So with this slide, because the presentation was circulated, I'm going to request Sun-Mary to just drop down past all the entities, performance. Yes. When we look at the financial performance of entities for 21-22, I think based on the audit opinion is reflected on the third column for each entity, but I want us to now look at the red. So when there is red, it means that what called the entity did not perform well as it is expected. You can see that the HDA, there's there on percentage on the key KPIs not achieved. It is the HDA. The National Housing Finance Corporation, also 62%. KPIs not achieved, as well as the Property Practitioners Regulatory Authority percent. Next slide. This is the heat map on the performance of the entities. If you can see all the entities, irregular expenditure, they are all red. And if we look at also the amount for, if the honorable members can also note the amount for social housing regulatory authority, the amount there is huge. Also, the second column of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, you can see that almost all of them also, they appear there in red. Then the percentages of the KPIs not achieved is HDA, is the NHFC, is the property practitioners regulatory authority, they are on red. Where there is red, it actually indicates that there is an urgent intervention required in those non-performing entities, as well as also to focus on those KPIs that they are struggling to implement. Next slide. Now we're getting to the MTSF. On the MTSF, there are currently 136 priority development areas declared. And the next step is for the department to develop the implementation, program plans. On that one, the department is running behind. They are actually sitting at 59.6%. On the rezoning of land, and I just want us to note, this land was acquired between a period of 2014 to 2019, and we are now in 2023. Only 7% of that land that has been rezoned. And this land is actually being prioritized, that some of land parcels, they fall within the priority development areas, and they are key in terms of development to make sure that housing development is taking place within the well-located areas. So for the green, for the red here in terms of the legend, it's 0 to 29, that is green. Then 30 to 79 is amber, 80 to 100 it's green. Next slide. Now we're getting to the information on the spatial integration. As the DDG has already introduced that the function of National Spatial Development Framework is in a process of being finalized, that now its home will be at the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. And it is critical as part of the Chapter 8 of the NDP for us in this sector to talk about spatial transformation. With the NSDF, there are levers that or shapers that have identified, and the shifts that are required. We are going to explain that. The vision and the concept of the National Spatial Development Framework, will talk about that, the overall NSDF spatial outcomes and subframes, as well as the hierarchy of settlements and associated social services that also include national spatial action areas. In terms of the levers or the shapers, I would just mention them. According to the NDP, the lever that we are responding to is the inclusive growth. Another one is the capacity of the people. as well as the framing conditions towards sustainable resource base. All this is linked to the SPLUMA or supported by the SPLUMA principles. SPLUMA stands for Spatial Planning and Land Use Management. So under the SPLUMA, then we have these 4 key areas that we are focusing on. Is the spatial justice, the spatial sustainability, the spatial resilience, and spatial efficiency. We are working around this in order to achieve the spatial transformation. Next slide. The shifts that are required. We're looking at the beneficiaries of national spatial planning and development, which will then serve the interest of all and rapid land release for well-planned settlements. Another second shift, looking at the natural resource base, of which this refers to the ecological and economic value of natural resources. And the third one is the nature, function, and performance of settlements. Here we are looking at cities as the engines of transformation and people-centered development. And the last one, on the rural areas, we are looking at producing the vibrant, inclusive rural development based on functional regional rural systems approach. The vision, spatial logic, and spatial levers, what we want to achieve. We have 5 outcomes there that we want to achieve. We are looking at well-connected national urban nodes, the regional development anchors, and the development corridors that will enable South Africa to derive maximum transformative benefit from urbanization, urban living, and inclusive economic development. The second outcome, it looks at the national spatial corridors and regions of opportunity to enable sustainable and transformative urbanization, urban consolidation, mutually beneficial urban and rural linkages, including ecological management. And the third outcome, it looks at the national connectivity and movement infrastructure systems as strategically located, extended, and maintained to support a diverse, adaptive, and inclusive economy, of which these are the key national and regional gateway cities and towns. The fourth one is the productive of rural regions to support the sustainable resource economies and strong and resilient regional development anchors that provide access to people living in rural areas. And the last outcome is the national ecological infrastructure and natural resource foundation that are well protected and managed to enable sustainable and just access to water and other natural resources, both for current and future generations. Then the map on the right, it actually shows the shape of a future South Africa that we want. And below is actually shows that a road towards a transformed future South Africa. This is a long term in terms of guiding us on how to get there. Next slide. The focus areas for transforming the national space, what we call economy. On the left, we see the what we call the map that highlights here the national urban regions, the national urban nodes, the regional development anchors, the rural service centers. Then you'll see they highlighted there, Gauteng, Umhlatuze, eThekwini, Buffalo City, Nelson Mandela, and Cape Town. Then on them, the circle on our right, it actually also indicates with the colors to show, for example, if you see the yellow, that is for the rural service centers. They are highlighted in yellow. Then the more brown is other segments. The national urban cores, they are also indicated in the order of chronological plan and indicating those particular areas. Next slide. The national special action areas, Upper Val, Olifants, Waterberg, Umgeni, Berg, and Breede. Then on the far right, we see the National Urban Spatial Transformation and Economic Transition regions, of which those is KZN, Greater Cape Town, and Gauteng. Next slide. The outcome one of the MTSF, this one we want to report to the committee that there is a lack of suitable land for the development of low-cost houses. And this, it has resulted, if we can, I think we can attest to that, a number of land invasion, and they are actually increasing. There is also the delays in the transfer and rezoning of land, including government-owned land, which denies the poor households to improve their living conditions. On the other hand, there is a high cost of well-located land for human settlements development, which drives the development to the periphery, contributing to the urban sprawl. As a result of slow rezoning and strategically well-located land in the priority development area developments, they still implemented outside the urban edge, adversely affecting the poor households in terms of the transport costs and time to get to the areas of work. Next slide. On the outcome two for the MTSF, we're looking at the targets here for the title deeds. I just want to highlight an area that was presented by AG, that the AG, when they were presenting this in their presentation, they reflected 300 target, and then they also reflected 240,000, stating that that is departmental own targets. So for MTSF, we are reporting, so you'll find the percentages will not be the same. That is why I'm highlighting this upfront. For the MTSF, in terms of the cumulative performance, meaning from 2019 up until 31st March 2023, which is the 4-year period, for the subsidized housing, the performance there is 198,000, sitting at 66%. For the service sites, it's 173,000, sitting at 57%. The target on the FLISP, the department is performing well on that one. It's 95.1%. And the social and rental housing, in the priority development areas, the performance there is 54.2%. The CRU's community residential units performance there is red. They are sitting at 33.5%, and the rating of informal settlements there up to phase 3 is 0% performance. The community residential units for low-income rental performance remains suboptimal. Most municipalities, they are reluctant to build more due to the culture of non-payment and high costs in terms of maintenance. There is also a lack of forward planning by provinces and poor contractor performance, which affects the overall delivery of houses for the poor who suffer the consequences of inefficiency. The barriers that we can share in the upgrading of informal segments, one is the failure by the municipalities to adequately adhere to basic principles of structured in situ upgrading as opposed to total redevelopment of informal settlements. The project, instead of programmatic city-wide orientation, there's constrained capacity to undertake participation, which results in lack of community involvement and choice in decisions of informal settlement upgrading. There is a lack of access to well-located land for upgrade in terms of ownership and availability, and amidst limited funding for land acquisition. There is a lack of capacity and institutional constraints result in delays in project implementation and the program having to face special issues like high densities and the urban sprawl. Procurement is slow. There are also concerns about the funding amount for interim services and phases of the upgrading of informal settlement program being too rigid and not sufficiently flexible. In terms of the social housing constraint is insufficient grant, and due to the rising of the construction costs, there are difficulties in accessing strategic land for projects. There is also a slow and complex administrative systems, as well as where also the policy needs to be reviewed. Reluctance of private sector financial institutions to fund projects in the social housing sector still exists, despite consultations, and this limits the ability of social housing institutions and other development agencies to access the matching loan funding required. Another constraint is there is a need of acceleration of delivery of rental accommodation, and the social housing growth plan framework is being implemented, but we need to make more effort on this in order to see the satisfactory results. The performance on the title deeds, here is everything red. All the 4 categories of the title deed is red, 3%, 10, 2.6, and 6%. Next slide. On the eradication and issuing of title deeds, the overall performance in terms of 2024 target is 8%. The reasons that have been observed for this outcome, including the targets, is that we need to ensure that we respond to the dysfunctionality of the property market. It is key, this indicator. The subsidized houses have not significantly integrated into the housing market and are not providing a financial lever for the poor households to realize market value when sold, because most people, they don't have title deeds. The preemptive clause, it also prevents the households from selling their homes. There should be a better mechanism of coming up with other better controls to stop the selling of the houses by the beneficiary, because also we have observed that there is this tendency of the beneficiary.
Can I ask a question, please? Without stopping.
Okay.
Actually, I'm worried about the sequence of this presentation. It went through nicely. Now with these outcomes of MTSF, it takes us back. I'm not sure whether the structuring of the report of the presentation is correct, because in the first phase, when they were presenting, they raised some of these issues and they are being raised again. I'm not sure, but if they can speed up, maybe to avoid changing the approach, if it can be speeded up, because the repetition. Thank you.
Okay. Can you proceed, ma'am, and not repeat some of the issues that we have?
Okay,
raised?
thank you, Chairperson. Let me just highlight here the last bullet on the issue or on the title deeds. During the last presentation that we presented last year to the portfolio committee, we then recommended that we need to have a workshop on the issue of the title deeds. So a few days after that, and it was accepted by the portfolio committee, and a few days after that, there was a letter written by President to the Department of Human Settlements, requesting that the department must work with Operation Vulindlela from National Treasury and Presidency and DPME in order to see to it that we fast track the title deeds backlog. Next slide. Areas that require attention for improved performance, I will also be quick, under the functioning of property markets for poor households. I've already mentioned the Operation Vulindlela that has been brought in to assist. We also need to consider the housing support centers model, such as the ones that are being implemented in Brazil and India, in order to provide transactional support to address property-related issues affecting lower income residents. Next slide. For housing for affordability, what is required is to enable access to land for affordable housing through measures such as the land policies and the release of public land and inclusionary zoning, and unlock various roles that institutions can play in solving housing affordability challenges, reducing borrowing costs to buyers, assist in developer financing through finance mechanism. Next slide. On the IGR related issues in terms of planning, we need to add we recommend that we need to ensure the department needs to ensure that the complete alignment between the APPs of the department and the APPs of provinces, as well as the SBIP in the municipalities, they talk to each other. On the data issue, South Africa should invest in robust data collection systems, promote data sharing and collaboration among government agencies services, research institutions, and civil society. And regular data updates is also important for accurate mapping and data-driven policy formulation to contribute more to informed and effective approaches to human settlement. Next slide. The fundings under the Sustainable Solutions to Informal Settlement is to look at the implementation of strategies to gradually integrate informal settlements in formal urban fabric, ensuring residents have access to adequate housing and basic infrastructure, services, and tenure options. Support from the three spheres of government is proposed through a district community resource centers that will be linked to the informal settlement community development program of similar to that of what called National Treasury, the support program. Better urban management of informal settlement spaces is also critical, and bilateral meetings will be arranged on this indicator of upgrading of informal settlement in order to resolve the blockages. Next slide. The land invasion at national level, working in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development, Justice, and any other relevant department, has to develop a set of national principles and guidelines for dealing with unauthorized land occupation. At provincial level, there is a need to establish an unauthorized land occupation support team to provide facilitation, mediation services, and to provide legal advice to municipalities around responding to land occupation. Next slide. The implementation shortcomings enable delivery systems to function at a greater scale. The department needs to develop a robust, coherent, integrated policy and legislative framework for human settlement. Reform of a housing program and subsidy scheme to improve program impact and funding sustainability to address the housing affordability, and provide a form of organizational, technical, and administrative assistance. In terms of the capacity of human settlement institutions, this is also critical to strengthen the institutional capacity that should be strong, and this should be enhanced through a capacity building, where the direct intervention by National Department of Human Settlements and municipalities has to take place in order to address the constraints currently encountered in the human settlements delivery, especially around planning and implementation. Next slide. Spatial inequality and spatial justice. In order to address this, there is a need of accelerating the land release strategy. The municipalities have to introduce the mechanism that would make land markets work more effectively for the poor. There is also a need to prioritize coordinated human settlement investment, as there are currently priority development areas that have been declared. Then the plans will be development, and therefore the implementation should be in place in order to fulfill the spatial transformation. There is also a we recommend for the monitor and reporting on spatial transformation indicators. The indicators for the spatial transformation have been developed, but currently the reporting on this it's not is not being what called prioritized. But we recommend that this should always be reported so that we can see the progress, whether spatially wise are we moving or not. Next slide. On the climate and resilience in terms of the disasters, there is a need of what called scaling up climate and resilience action and effort by implementing green building standards to promote energy efficiency and environmentally friendly construction. And also to incorporate climate resilience strategy into human settlement planning to mitigate the impact of climate change. Design infrastructure and housing that can withstand extreme weather events and promote disaster preparedness. Develop and implement risk reduction strategies, improve building code, and invest in resilient infrastructure to ensure cities can withstand shocks and stresses. Lastly, the recommendation to the portfolio committee. The Operation Vulindlela Steering Committee, they have done some work since they got the instruction from the president. We therefore request if they can come and be given an opportunity to present their progress to date and highlight what is it working and what are the main challenges. And the department to resolve the identified blockages hindering the progress on the upgrading of informal settlements. And lastly, the portfolio committee, if you can just also note the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. DME members, you can engage with the report. Members, if they are still thinking about the presentation, maybe just the explanation that you present the report of 2001-2002 report when we were in 2002 and 2003, just for clarity seeking question for me. Honorable Tseki.
No, Chair, maybe that question should be answered first. Then, pardon me if I'm directing your meeting, but I think it's important.
Can we get clarity, DPME?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The report that we are presenting is for the period 2022/2023 financial year. Then the report that is 2021/2022 is for the entities. Then the information on the MTSF, we are reporting cumulatively for the performance of 2019 up to 31st March 2023. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, DPME. Let me allow members to ask questions. Honorable Tseki, your hand is up.
No, thanks, Chair. Thanks for that clarification, Chair. But I'm not sure what causes that, because both entities and the department are reporting on 2022-2023. And I think between June, no, not even between June, between March, April, and now, I think that information should have been collated. I must say, Chair, in my previous listening to presentations from this department, I was very appreciative of the work that they need to do or they were doing. But today, I'm not sure if I understood their approach on issues of human settlement. If I could go, Chair, just on simple things, not simple, but the methodology of approach. There's a sentence that said DPME uses a variety of data sources from government, think tanks, research. You know, that it's a very valuable statement. And with that, I think we could have a very improved presentation like we got in the previous years. But today, I'm not sure why is it like this. And then on the problem statements, I want to agree with DPME. But on the solutions, of course, these solutions may be broadened, but I think they should be specific, not as
We've lost you, Mr. Tseki. We've lost you for some time. Honorable Tseki. Honorable Tseki. We've lost you. Honorable Setlhwai.
Thank you, Chair. In appreciation on the presentation by DPME, you see the presentation by the DPME is quite interesting, and it touches more on the nerve programs of the department, which somehow, sometime, one would like to get a really detail on why there's such a lack of performance in a particular program. I want to just to get clarity from DPME in a particular example. Program 3 is a real nerve of the department in terms of our housing development approach, and also in terms of making an impact to improve the quality of life of our people. It may happen that monitoring DPME has got those details. I may be asking a funny question. The funny question because I got an interest to know where is the department losing the program in program 3. Where is it losing? Why is unable to perform? Because that's a thorny issue for the department. If I may ask a question, is a DPME, could it be able to clarify to us where exactly, is it on the program planning, where the program has got inefficiencies, or is it on the activity plan, the internal part of the department to make things happen in their business processes? Where exactly are they losing the program. I raised the issue that the program could be problematic, but one gets an interest. Where are they losing it? Where they are losing it? The second one, Chair, is the other program is the program of the priority development areas. There seems to be no progress, no performance according to how we establish that particular program. When you listen from monitoring from DPME, again, this is putting an interest for you to know, for me to know, where is the department losing this program? Because this program, according to us, is straightforward. It's a very, very straightforward, because it's a program that says we are advancing the process of housing development to allow their people, give dignity to people in terms of them planning their housing development on their own and the types of the houses that they want in the process. But the program is not moving. It's not performing. Where exactly in the cracks of the program? Where is the department losing the issue? This question, Chair, I want to attach these two questions on the, is DPME does DPME believe that DPME comes from another angle in government, and the monitoring is a management function in each department? It's done by management. Out of these challenges, does the MPE see a different approach that government could address to say, maybe each department should have a monitoring and evaluation, like internal audit, make an example, which is going to follow the issues of monitoring. And then DPME comes in having that structure that have done the work daily in the, or weekly or monthly in the department. Then they work together with them so that they don't lose the process and they find it easier with a structure that is inside. I want to ask that question. Given these problems, is there no need to have a monitoring unit in departments closer to where the programs are? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malemata.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity and
Wow, we've lost you. What's happening? Honorable Malemati, unmute. But the mic is it's on. I'm not sure. Is it me only that we don't hear Honorable Malemata, honorable members? Honorable members, are you able to hear Honorable Malem? Okay.
We heard when he started and he lost us.
I don't know what's happening. I don't see any other hands. We have lost Honorable Malimatse. But just to raise, to make follow up on the answer on the report of entities for 2021, 2022. When the Auditor-General, when we're dealing with the financial year 2022, 2023, I agree with the cumulative on the targets of the MTFS, which even we look at the Auditor General's report, there is that alignment. But my problem is with the entities. And my question would then be, why do we want to delink entities from the department when they are supposed to play a role to support the department? And I can see even in your evaluation, what's it, OPSCAP, I'm not sure that I call it correctly, evaluation on bullet 3, where you are saying that the department is it's unable to build its internal capacity, but rely much more on entities like HDA. And my view is that that statement, I would agree with it if you were saying that the department was unable to build its capacity to be able to monitor even their entities. But the way it's been phrased, maybe I can get clarity on it. The other issue is that you are the Department of Planning, and you raise the issue of forward planning, which in my view is that as planning and monitoring and evaluation department, Office of the President in particular, you were supposed to assist the 3 spheres of government in terms of them implementing the development DDM to make sure that there is that forward planning, alignment, and utilization of available resources to the maximum impact that we expect as government. But you are complaining that there is no forward planning. Who must then forge these forward planning processes if the presidency itself cannot do that? The last thing is that we agree with you on other issues that you are raising in terms of your title deed programs that have not performed very well, and indeed we will invite at some point that steering committee on the title deed restoration program, why it's not implemented. But one of the things that as we're moving around as a portfolio committee is that we found that some of the municipality does not have capacity. Some they've lost their Mother Earth. But again, in terms of what you have touched on, the allocation of houses in the provinces, and even in terms of beneficiary management, you find that people, and which the Auditor-General has raised just now on the system that does not talk to the register needs, which does not talk to the SHH, which means that the people that we find in the system are not in the register which is supposed to inform the backlog of the country and the how to, for a government to then allocate resources. And if you look at the like identification of beneficiary ourselves, what we found is that you have the responsibility given to municipalities, which in municipality giving responsibility to what councillors, and because of the the alignment of the election process, the ward councillor, as it goes, the new councillor start its own new list of beneficiaries, which impacted negatively in terms of the national register list. So just to check what is the planning and monitoring, how do you assist the three spheres of government to work together and plan together? In one province that have started bettering the system with KZN, in the office of the premier, they've established a planning planning section divisions where it's all these other spheres of government participate, which in the future results you might have positive results, but how then do you make sure that it's happening throughout the country, such situation? Thank you very much. Let's get whether Honorable Chris and Honorable Zeku, they are still lost in the system. So DPME, you can respond.
Mr. Tseki's hand is down.
Chair, sorry, my gadget just died. There was a call that disturbed me as I'm using the phone.
Okay, all right.
There was just one point that was left on my side. There's a checklist, if I could call it, where DPME says giving green and red, that between 0 and 49 is red, and then upwards is green. I'm not sure whether we could interpret that the same way, because on all those areas, there was no achievement, and they are seen as green, not even amber. It moves from red to green, or from green to red. So I think if they can relook at that. Upfront, Chair, based on what we are saying now, I'm not sure whether that's feasible in terms of your program. My proposal would be, why don't you request the PME to go back, consolidate this report with relevant financial years and reporting years, and then you call us for a physical meeting with the department. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Zeki. Honorable Malemacha. He's not here. DPME, can you respond?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members of the committee. I will touch on a few of the questions, and Ms. Tobani is the specialist or the expert in the area, will also come in and clarify more detail in terms of the specific questions. Let me ask that because of my network as well, may I please just switch off the video for now?
Yes, you can, ma. You can.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tiki asked about that the format of our presentation was confusing and not as it was before. I can agree with him because as I've introduced at the beginning, previously we came in from the element of the MTSF. And today we said that we wanted to touch, a bit on the annual report itself, touch on the issues of the entities, and also touch on the future in terms of the NSDS, which we've now inherited, so that when we come back in future and then report more clearly on some of these aspects, we would have touched them. So in a way, it actually reduced the element of the MTSF, which we previously concentrated on, but to be able to fill in what I've requested when we submitted, to the committee. I hope that was done, Dr. Sfiso Novo, that they also submit a full report on the MTSF, so that the chapter 5, that the Department of Human Settlement is contributing towards. That is the chapter 5, which is the priority 5, on spatial integration, as well as human settlement and local government. Those issues can also be able to interactively engage with in that chapter. We do have a full report, which we ask that it be circulated. So in an effort to put everything together, that might have made that kind of a confusion. I think the issue of the dates, I think if I'm not mistaken, AG also touched on that in terms of the reporting cycles, but we will go back, to our sister departments, which is dealing with the issues of the entities who provided us with the information, that they really look into that. I think it's all about the information which was available and the differences in terms of the reporting cycles. But I do take a point that by this time, if the reporting cycle was June, we should be having updated information. That point, I'm taking it and I will take it back to the responsible unit, which deals with the SOEs and entities. And the biggest part of the messaging which I wanted us to bring in terms of touching on these entities, you can see the congruency of what the AG has reported with what we are reporting. And then what I said at the beginning when we started, that we are actually going to go further into detail as to where is the problem, what is happening within those entities, because we've just developed and workshopped the framework of monitoring of SOEs and entities. And I believe in future we will be also accompanied by that unit, which is basically going to go into detail with regard to that effect. But I will convey the message. My apology for having that disjuncture in this presentation. It wasn't meant for. So in terms of the solution orientation, we agree with you. The solutions, most of these solutions which we've provided, or recommendations which we've recommended, basically we also provide. There are also recommendations which went to cabinet, and some of them they were also included by the cabinet members. So what we do after every biannual reporting session, we've got the POE, they call it POE week, in the week in which the cabinet actually for all the cabinet clusters, they discuss the MTSF, and they provide us with their inputs as well as recommendations, and strengthen ours and put in theirs. We also, most of these recommendations are coming from there as well, and then they've been adopted, by the committees themselves. So they over that period of time. So in terms of Ms. Stry, I thank you for the appreciation of our report as well, and that it also touched the nerve, and that is what we really require, that we be as explicit as possible, where possible, that as a collective, yourselves as oversight, ourselves as monitoring, and AG as compliant, driven as well, we can be able to together be able to deal with these matters. Yes, we can be able to provide the details of where is the program losing it. So what we normally do, which is what we will do in this particular case, is when I go back, I will, request that there be an in-depth analysis of, this issue which we have raised, where and zoom into what is actually the problem, where are we losing it, as a department. And then as in my unit, sector monitoring, we've got special reports which we do, and we call them deep dive reports, where issues like this, when they crop up in our monitoring exercises, like even in our reporting, from Parliament as well, then we go deeper into the issue and find out what the problem is. So I will go back and request that the responsible unit do a deep dive report on this, and we will come and report to you. We don't want to report maybe later in the next year, but if possible, when the report is finished, we can still send it to you for you to be able to utilize and look into effectually what are the challenges and where is the problem. Hopefully, a few of those challenges, Mr. Tobani will be able to talk to them. But, I can say, if we've given a mandate and a request, we will do that, deep dive exercise, for Parliament in support of the work which you are doing. So yes, GPME comes, from a particular angle. I think I've touched on that one. So this time we try to spread a little bit of our wings and touch other areas as well, rather than just focusing on the MTSF itself. And as I've said, we do touch on these very difficult questions as well in the kind of work we are doing. Honorable Malimeta, reporting on entities, I think I've dealt with this matter of this juncture. I think it's all about the reporting, periods which are a little bit different, here and there, and we will sort out that and then come back to you. In terms of that, and in terms of Chair, what you have raised, about why is are we divorcing the entities from the department? We are not. We're actually, as I've already indicated, we are starting to strengthen our monitoring, tools to ensure that these entities are really making a difference. They are really supportive, of the departments, and they play their parts as well. And then I believe, that going forward, we are going to see a change, because most of these entities, they do their own things, and they basically were not necessarily, be under scrutiny as we are going to do it right now, going forward. we're not divorcing anybody, but we are holding them accountable, and we will continue to strengthen our tools to make them really accountable, and monitor them, as closely as possible. I will send this message to my sister department, my sister branch on public sector monitoring and evaluation and capacity development that deals with this matter. Planning forward, that is the reason why I brought the NSDF. We are saying it's a planning tool. So we're not just going to be planning, the way we've been planning. We're also having a guide now. We've got the National Spatial Development Framework, which is now going to assist us now plan, more effectively in terms of the developmental mandate. As I've said when I started with that, we're not building houses for the sake of building houses and everywhere else, but we're also trying to correct the spatial, development dilemma which we find ourselves, based on the apartheid system, and we can see that it's still, increasingly, not being curbed. And with this framework, we're saying let's plan, better. So that is forward planning, in our case. And then we do this, already we've started the planning processes for the next year, both in the MTSF and the medium term. They call it now the MTB, medium term plan, that incorporates all of these elements which we're missing. We were missing in the midst of planning. So we do plan forward, and we assist the three spheres of government in terms of the DDM. So we've got a strong planning unit, and it has got forums. The forum which Chair you spoke to, from one of the provinces, is also a forum which is all encompassing, of all provinces, including municipalities and so on. And then, so using the DDM model as well, we are trying to come up with the joint one plan, which we will all be able to utilize it in the development of particular areas. So this is why I said when I opened the discussion that basically we want a line of sight across all spheres of government, that kind of planning where you can see that whatever is implemented in the municipalities, implemented in the provinces, at national, is actually aligned and is within policy, is supported by the budget. So this is the kind of result-based, planning, monitoring, and evaluation we're looking at, and then we're moving away from what used to be. And we're synchronizing all of these processes. And once we can get it right, especially from the planning perspective, then the monitoring part of it is going to be much, much easier. So right now we are right there with regard to the planning, trying to link up this. This is why we've also identified the issue of where now we say there is an audit culture. I started with it because that also, when people are planning and trying to deliver to be able to pass the audit, they also miss the developmental part of what we are supposed to be doing, the delivery side of it. And that is what is delaying our process. We are working with AG as well on that item, and I believe that even this afternoon we've got a meeting with them. We will be able to get it right as we are working together as a unit. All of these particular institutions which are either compliance or monitoring, or in your case oversight. So working together will get this thing right. That's my belief, to a large extent. So that is in motion. We do have the one plan, for most of the districts. And that one plan includes everyone, all the spheres of government. And then we are still, constituting other plans, going forward. And then we've got all that the DMs are now, champions of this, the DDM model. And so that we can actually push it from that side. And in terms of the alignment of all the plans, what we are doing now, because we've been aligning, our APPs with the MTSF, you saw that, how the AG has also shown the green part of it, that that alignment is starting to be there. It wasn't like that. So that's the work which we're doing. We're also aligning the APP with the ministerial performance agreements. So we had aligned the performance agreements of ministers with the MTSF. Now we are busy, aligning again, with regards to the APP and going forward. And that is where the DG is right now. So that's a process which we will be doing now in terms of the self-assessment, what we have done, the alignment, and that we are going to ensure that we hold accountable everybody from the political, to administration, to ourselves as officials, that everything is aligned. So you couldn't say that you missed the opportunity or you missed anything, because then, the DG will be on your case, the minister will be on your case, because that affects, their performance. And I think, with that kind of a drive, we are getting to the point where now everything will be aligned and everything will be easier to monitor, and also the oversight part of it as well. So in terms of, I'm going to leave some of these particular, more direct questions to Ms. Tobani, will tell us more about even, how is it done, because she's also managing part of local government. What is happening then in terms of identification of beneficiaries. And then I think at one slide, she also talked about participation, at that level, of individuals, because we really want, the more, people-driven kind of development. Everybody should be in there, should take part and be able to say, I have contributed, towards the development of my country. And if we can get that kind of a zeal, then we will see impetus in terms of development going forward. Let me leave this now to Mrs. Tobani, who will also talk about the legend, because I've also seen that, for different things, they use different legend. Maybe she will, give us an insight into, the question which was asked. Ms. Tobani, thank you very much, Chair, Honorable Chair, and honorable members for this insightful questions. And they also assist us in us driving, monitoring in the direction that, will be useful, for the country and for yourselves to do your oversight work. Ms. Tobani, please come through.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you for the comments as well as the questions for clarity. I will just zoom to add where DDG could not talk specific to those questions. I'm going to start with the Honorable Zeki. He mentioned the issues around the problem statement and ended up with the issue on the solution, like specific solution to the problems that we have highlighted. Yes, the problem statement, is clear, as the Honorable has indicated. Last slide is actually responding, proposing the solutions, where we have indicated to say this is what we recommend, because that's where we have identified the problems. So those recommendations are taking us to the solutions to the specific problems that we have observed in these programs that are being implemented by the department. Honorable Sihluai, in terms of, she mentioned, I think, 3 areas that I will just zoom straight to them. One is why there is a lack of performance in a particular program, and where is the department losing the program. Then she made an example of the informal settlements. Honorable members, it is correct. This program is not performing well at all, despite the fact that there is also a specific grant identified or referenced for the upgrading of informal settlements. Where is the problem? That is the question that the honorable members are interested in. The problem on the upgrading of informal settlements, based on our observation and monitoring the department on this program. The program, it starts with the planning. Let me then try to give a clear picture on the planning. The municipalities and the provinces, they prepare the business plans for each financial year, of which the business plans are submitted to the National Department of Human Settlements to approve and secure funding based on the projects that are ready for implementation. The challenge on these plans, what is also called projects pipelines, meaning that they are in the pipe for implementation. You will find that the provinces and the municipalities, they submitted the projects that are not really ready for the implementation. As a result, at the beginning of each financial year, you will find that the implementers, of which is the provinces and the municipalities, they are still going to start the procurement at the beginning, whereas they are supposed to be starting to implement and start to spend on those projects that have been approved. So the planning, protocol on the project pipelines is sitting with the National Department of Human Settlements. Another problem is with the project implementation. Once the project has commenced, you'll find that it does not meet all the time frames in terms of progressing the phases of the upgrading of informal settlement. There is phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You'll find that the projects, they move up to phase 2. They don't get to phase 3. Actually, the reason why for the current MTSF 2019 to 2024, we included phase 3, it's because for the MTSF 2014 to 2019, the department was only implementing the upgrading of informal settlements up to phase 2. Then we then took a decision when we're preparing for the current MTSF 2019 to 2024 to say no. The department and the province and the municipalities, they must upgrade up to phase 3 to make sure that people have got full services. Because if we leave at phase 2, the impact is not what we want to see on the ground. So in a nutshell, the problem of the upgrading of informal settlements is on the projects that are being approved, not ready for the implementation, as well as the projects that will not move according to the project plan. That's where the problem is when it comes to the upgrading of informal settlements. And we are also what called concerned also as the PME, because there is a grant aligned to this program, and it is not what called performing. Then the development areas, Honorable Sihlwai, it's correct. There are priority development areas that have been declared. But what is also moving slow is the programs and the plans for the implementation of the development in these areas. And we raised what call these issues with the department to say what are the main challenges. But they would the response would be say we are pushing the implementation plan, so that these programs can actually projects they could actually start being implemented. Does the DPME believe that the issue around monitoring? In terms of the monitoring, the National Department of Human Settlements, they do have a monitoring branch. What we do as at DPME, we monitor we do the site visits where the projects are being implemented. We also monitor on the information to check if this progress that has been reported is correct. That is how we are working with the Department of Human Settlements in terms of monitoring. Then the chairperson mentioned the issue around the ops gap, as well as the comment on the use of the HDA by the department. Okay, let me first clarify the evaluation that has been conducted. It was supported by DPME, initiated by the Department of Human Settlements. What we presented is the findings. It is the findings that came out of the evaluation and the recommendations. So as the work was done and completed, these are the findings that the evaluation came up with, as well as the recommendation that needs to be done by the department. On the issue of assisting 3 spheres of government through DDM, let me also explain to say, in terms of the DDM, there are 1 plans that are developed for each district, of which they are being assessed. They are submitted at DCOG and assessed by DCOG, as well as DPME planning branch. Then the projects that are in the plans, not all the projects of the human settlements will be incorporated in those in those District 1 plans. I just wanted to clarify that. I think the DDG on the issue of forward planning, she also explained. Another point that I want to give clarity in terms of the work that is done in the 3 spheres. One is that the Provincial Department of Human Settlements, they develop the APPs, the annual performance plans. which are assessed by DPME before they are being tabled for approval. DPME also, the National Department of Human Settlements also produce or develop the APP for national, which is also assessed by DPME and before it's tabled to the to the cabinet for approval. What we assess is the alignment of the targets between the APPs and the MTSF. This is to ensure that the indicators in the MTSF are actually captured or covered in the APPs if we want to see these indicators being implemented. Then the progress that we presented on the EUPRLs is the quarterly reports that are being submitted based on performance under the APPs. That is the first presentation that we started with the green and one red slide there. The legend of the one of what called the 100%, which is green, it actually reflects on the indicators that have been performed and achieved for the annual report or for the APPs through the EPRs. So that is that what called a legend is actually refers to the indicators that has already because the financial year it ended on the 31st of March 2023. And there is another legend that now refers to the performance in terms of the MTSF, the one which says green will be 80 to 200. That is the MTSF, because the MTSF is still proceeding up until next year, 31st March 2024. We have got two legends there. I just wanted to clarify that. Then on the, let me see. Yes, I've touched on this other question. I think I've touched, if there's something that I've missed, then the Honorable Chair and member, they can just maybe make a follow-up on the issues that I might have missed. Thank you very much. Oh, lastly, sorry, Chair, what I wanted to, also to clarify is on the, when I was doing the presentation, there are slides that I've run and skipped because those slides, they were talking to the performance of the entities for the financial 22/23 on the indicators of the entities. I've skipped, but that one, it falls under financial year 2022/2023. The only slides that talk about 2021 to 2022 is on the financial performance. And at the beginning, I did explain to see the reason why we could not use 2022/23 on the financial performance is because the auditing process there is not completed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DPME. I don't see any other hands. Let me take this opportunity to thank you for the engagement with the Portfolio Committee. With that note, members, I will adjourn this meeting, then we'll reconvene at Koliswa, is it 2 or 3?
It's 2, Chairperson. And we'll be using the same link.
Okay. Okay, honorable members, we're supposed to reconvene at 2. Is 2 enough for you to make food and come back?
It's okay,
It's
Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's adjourn and then we'll reconvene at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.